Well, race fans, race control saying those who don't have their engines fired, I need your help. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, drivers, start your engines. The rest of the cars being told to fire up right now. So going to get everybody rolling. This is the key part, Harold Adams. The nerves have set in. It is now go time, my friend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right there's a good example. They already started up their engines. They ready to get this thing going. They're sitting there seeing this. They got that adrenaline going, and there the cars go. They're pulling away, so here we go.
You know, the excitement builds. The cars begin to pull away. 3 wide, 22 rows deep. 66 cars in the 2023 Spooky 200 presented by Red Ball and Recycling. You see it right there on Dirt 2 Media. Great crowd in the stands tonight. Beautiful cars begin to roll off into turns number 1, and the nerves begin to set because it's go time.
Yeah, look at all those cars out there on the high banks. I tell you what, unbelievable sight. 3 wide. You can just imagine what is going through the mind of some of these drivers. They have never seen anything like it themselves, and here they are stuck right in the middle of it all.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sight, 3 wide. You got to be smart. You got to stay clean. You got to try to stay out of the way. You have to avoid the big one. You know that someone's going to get a little sideways, and you got to avoid that. That driver who is sideways, you have to gather it up. That's what it's going to take here at Salem Speedway. Who's going to park it on? Jake Wells back there. He is your defending inaugural Spooky 200 winner in the number 13 machine. Down the back straightaway they go. Here we go. Race fans, these drivers have been told next time by, they're going to see you up on your feet in fashion of saluting these drivers for 200 laps. We've talked about it. It's been 1 year since the last Spooky 200 here at Salem Speedway. Now, race fans, here they are, 66 strong here tonight of the best Crown Vic racers in the nation. Wish these drivers Godspeed for the next 200 laps in the Crown Vic Red Ball and Recycling Spooky 200. So here we go. 3 wide down the back straightaway. They'll get the 1 to go signal next time by in front of that beautiful Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle as we get ready and set one of the most talked about races in 2022. How was the 2023 edition going to shape up? We're going to find out in 200 laps. Hawk Harold Adams.
One more time around, Will, then we're going to turn them loose, and who knows what's going to happen. These drivers don't even know what's going to happen, but they're hoping they can get through this initial start. It looks like we got maybe the 38 Tommy Pitcher on the backstretch over there, stalled out. No. I believe he was a late addition. So they're going to have to keep the yellow out as we are. There goes the 38. He got it fired back up over there, Tommy Pitcher. He'll have to pick it up, hurry up, and get up on the back of the tail.
Lights are going out. We're coming to green next time by. Lights are out on the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle as we get ready and set. Oh boy, turn one gonna be fun. 3 wide in old Halloween 200 fashion. Eddie Gilstrap Motor Pace vehicle race fans gonna make the hard left-hand turn into pit road. 3 wide and here we go. Green flag is out and we're underway. Here we go, turns number 1, and everyone seems to get through pretty fine right now. Everyone trying to keep their cool. Down the back straightaway they go. Right now, Chase Adams out front in that 34C machine. Down the back straightaway once more, Hawk Carrot Adams, and Chase Adams going to lead lap number 1.
It looks like the first lap looks good. Everything good so far. Everybody being patient, staying out of each other's hair. So 1 lap down. Chase Adams leading the way.
Brian Whalen now going to be your first car a lap down right now in the number 194. Everyone else tries to go around as Brian Whalen's on the inside. Everyone trying to stay out of harm's way with all 66 Crown Vics around the Speedway. 2 laps up on the board complete now, and Chase Adams up on point right now. Brad Stifler and Larson is your top 3. But like we talked about, going to be a lot of lap cars and slower traffic coming up, Hawk.
Yeah, they're getting into some of the lap traffic now, but later on, if this stays green, you're going to get into a lot of thick traffic, which is really going to play into this. As we see through the back of the field, they're still running 2-3 wide.
Yeah, 2-3 wide around the Speedway as, of course, Tommy Pitcher going to go slow. He's going to try to limp that car down the pit road right now. Now Brian Whalen down the front straightaways trying to stay out of the way. But that's going to be tough. Now John Lister's up on the high side. He's going to be down there as well, 3 wide. As you have all around the Speedway right now, cars trying to stay on the bottom of the apron, out of the way currently.
Yeah, they have stretched out all the way around this half-mile high bank. So we got cars everywhere. So far, so good. Looking good so far. But we'll see what happens as the leaders get up on this lap traffic.
Yeah, leaders are going to come very quickly to some lap traffic now as everyone around the Speedway looks to be getting around. As we have a new leader, Brad Stifler takes over the number 1 spot. So the Ohio driver making some noise. He was also in the Firecracker 200 as well. For the Firecracker 100, if you will, for the Crown Vic. So that's going to be interesting to watch as well. So now you just have to stay out of the way as we have one coming down pit road. And that looks to be Derek Smith's number 64 team. He's going to come down pit road as well.
Almost had a problem on the backstretch. There was a car got way out of line, but he gathered it up.
Mike Basham, it's going to be fun to see the overall fastest qualifier work through the field as well. As now you see it, one car pushing the number 7 of Dalton Neville, gets him loose right now. So that's going to be an issue. That's what we talked about. You can't really bump too far left, too far right on these cars. You have to hit straight on the back bumper of these race cars. You don't want to send them to the inside or outside retaining wall. And we got a gaggle of cars exiting turns 4.
Yeah, you got your leaders right there in the middle of all that as well, trying to get through that traffic. It is a mess going through 1 and 2.
No doubt about it right now. Those leaders coming through to slower traffic as they head off down the back straightaway. As Brad Stifler, the Ohio driver, stays in front right now with now Mike Basham moving to the number 2 spot.
He made a good daring move on the inside on the backstretch. 35 did. Mike Basham being very aggressive.
You see the bumping right down the front straightaway. You see Brad Stifler all over the back bumper as those cars is your leader right now. So there is your bump drafting we've been talking about. So big gaggle of cars over in turns 3 and 4 with 9 laps up on the board. .35 now. Mike Basham has took over the number 1 spot. He was your overall fastest qualifier in this event so far. So how about Mike Basham? He led most of the race last year in 2022.
Yeah, he's always had a strong car here at the Salem. He had a good run at the fire. Look out, we got a car turned around turn 1. There we go.
Big problems in turns number 1, and Ricky Puckett gets by. Here we go. We talked about it. You can't really avoid the big one. And it looked like Ricky Puckett and the number 7 getting together there as they were bouncing off of each other going down the front straightaway. It looks like minor damage. We saw it all unfold on Dirt 2 Media for those watching the broadcast. And it took 11 laps, Hawk, to get there. But right now, your overall fastest qualifier, Mike Basham, who drew an 8 in the invert, he is now your leader. And he led most of this race in 2022.
Yeah, as I was saying, he runs very good here on the high banks. Had a good run earlier in the Firecracker 100, run into some bad luck. But I tell you what, he is not holding back. He is looking very strong out there so far.
I believe Weston back there stalled on the back straightaway right before the scoreboard. So he's going to try to get that car moved out of the way, or he'll have to have help. But 11 laps right now up on the board.
So, yeah, surprisingly going 11 laps without a caution. Very surprising there. So a good job by these drivers of being patient and holding their own. But it was just a matter of time. And that wasn't too bad over there. Just had a couple cars over there up against the wall. We'll see how much damage there is. We got one stalled out on the backstretch over there. But, yeah, Mike Basham in the 35 likes to run that car as hard as he can, and he was making some good moves there. So far, so good for him. Dylan Kalin, who started on the pole, is second. There's Chase Adams, who led some laps early on. He's running third. Brad Stifler in the 18, the Ohio driver, who really impressed earlier in the year for the Firecracker 100 event, coming back strong again here today. And it looks like the 20 is running fifth. And I believe that may be Marcus Elliott. We have a couple 20s, so we'll just check on that once we get everything organized and situated and everybody back where they need to be. And once again, as you see on the brand new Salem Speedway scoreboard, laps do count on the yellow. And another thing to keep in mind also, there will be a break at the 75 lap point as well as the 150 lap point. So that is something to keep in mind as well. So track officials taking care of the situation here on the backstretch. One stalled out right there in the middle of the racing groove. So that one could have been a lot worse, but it wasn't that bad. I know there's a couple cars there not too happy about that. The 87 and I think the 81 involved in that.
So, yeah, I mean, you look at it, it took us 12 laps to get here right now in this 200 lap for the Crown Vics. And, you know, we talked about it, about 170 laps or so Mike Basham led in the 2022 edition. And there is your defending winner, Jake Wells, 13, coming down the front straight. You know, this race it could come down to being at the right place at the right time, and sometimes that's how it happens. But 12 laps up on the board, but we talked about it. Brad Stifler, the Ohio driver, great to see him up there. And now 20 of Marcus Elliott into the top 5. He's always going to be a strong runner no matter where he goes in that beautiful new green entry out there in the number 20 car. But, you know, Chase Adams, he led about the first couple laps or so. But Dylan Kalin out there in the number 8 machine. But, man, that Mike Basham, he's going to be tough. He was your overall fastest qualifier as well.
As we said, he was really driving aggressive out there. But how long can he do that in a race like this? He had some bold moves I've seen already out there. He is not afraid to put that car where he wants it. But we'll see if that kind of strategy can hold up. We got a long ways to go in this race, obviously, and strategy is going to be very important. As you see some of these guys, it worked for some of these guys before. These guys are started way back in the back of the pack. They're not too worried about it. They don't want to get lapped, though, but they're not too worried about where they're at right now. They just want to survive this early onslaught of racing action and some of the cautions that's bound to be happening soon.
Well, don't forget, these drivers are trying to get to lap number 75 because that is where the first stage break is going to take place at lap number 75. They'll get 10 minutes to do what they need to do to that Crown Vic on PNC Pit Road. Now, what's going to happen there, you'll get a 10-minute horn to blow. Then what will happen is you will have another horn sound. That means you only have 5 more minutes until that is over. And then you'll have another horn blow at 1 minute to go. If you are not out there at the end of the 10 minutes, you will start at the tail of the restart. Now, after lap 75, the race is to lap 150. There will be a stage break at lap number 150. And guess what, Hawk? A 50-lap dash to the finish to conclude the Red Ball and Recycling Spooky 200 here this weekend.
Yeah, so that's going to play into the strategy of some of these guys, what they want to do on those breaks. They got not one, but they got 2 of those breaks. So that will come into play as well. So Michael Basham right now says it's all go right now. So we'll see if he continues that right now. He wants to just put the pedal to the metal and keep it that way. So we'll keep an eye on that 35 Michael Basham. As you said, he had such a great run last year, kind of wore the tires down on that situation. And then he had a great run earlier in the year in the Firecracker race, but run into a lot of bad luck.
Ricky Puckett now going on PNC Pit Road in the 08 car, so he's going to come down pit road. He was involved in that melee that brought out our first caution flag of this 200 lap. You see the Ohio driver from Piqua, Ohio. That is the number 18 of Brad Stifler. Now, Brad Stifler is running 4th currently in that number 18 machine. He had a good showing in the Firecracker 100 for the Crown Vics a little bit earlier on in 2023. You see the 57 of Chris Lee out there. So here we go. I mean, now we got the K81. That is going to be Mr. St. Clair, I believe, out there. So, you know, he's stalled out, looks like, on the inside of pit road. So a lot of guys having bad luck early here in this one, and you do not want to be a lap down. Now, we do not restart 3 wide. It is 2 wide restarts, just like normal. Choose rule, I believe, going to come into play as well. But when you have 60-plus cars, Hawk, it gives race control and the race officials a little bit of a challenge out here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You can imagine what it is like. It's already bad for 20, 30 cars, so you got to keep track of 60-plus. So that's quite a different situation. Not sure what's going on with the 18 Brad Stifler down there. He seems to definitely have an issue with that car, and as we said, he is definitely one of the strong runners. Had a great surprise showing in the Firecracker 100, but we've seen him up in the front, and he's actually shown 4th on the board, but it looks like he's going to need a little push there possibly.
Yeah, don't know if that's just to jump start him or if something mechanical has gone wrong on the number 18 of Brad Stifler. They did call for a push on race control radio, so the Eddie Gilstrap Motors record, and looks like that little nudge, maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see, but regardless, something going ill on the number 18.
Yeah, it looked like he got that thing fired up and then it did again, so the record's going to have to give him a little push here. We'll see if he has to head to the pit area, if he can get that thing going and get it fired back up.
So there you see Ricky Puckett going to gain back out here off the track. You see Landon Elder competing in his first big track event. You see Derek Smith, 64. How about Troy Ashball out there in the number 84? Really good to see Troy. I grew up watching him in the Demo Derby ranks. So good to see the MR Heating and Air number 84 out there of Troy Ashball. But then you have Brian Whalen, who's never ran the big track you told me earlier.
Yeah, he's still kind of a rookie. This was his rookie year this year. Really improved a lot down in Sportsdrome. Really struggled at the beginning of the year, but has picked it up very well. Decided to come out here and give the big high banks a whirl. So far, he's just kind of making some laps right now, just trying to get used to it and just see where it falls. So you can see out there now track officials telling him to double it up.
So here we go, doubling up right now. And they will choose. Here we go. So Noah Allison going to choose the inside. Here comes Larson. He's going to choose the inside as well, as Johnny Miller's going to pack the high side. Kyle Lefevre's going to do the same. So everything else is pretty normal as race procedures go in the Spooky 200. The only difference is you start 3 wide, and that's what happened a little bit earlier on. But now double file restarts. You will choose inside or out. Now we've seen this choose rule come in play to a lot of guys' advantage and disadvantages in 2023, Hawk, and tonight's going to be no different.
Yeah, just another part of the challenge, another part of the strategy. You know, what do you want to do? You want to go to the high side, low side in different situations? I mean, guys are way back in the field. So they just kind of pace themselves a little bit, just try to make sure they improve, put themselves in good position, and hope for the best.
So, yes, indeed. You see the pace truck, the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle, slowing down. That truck sets the pace here this weekend. You need it big time. If we've ever needed a pace vehicle, it was for this weekend. He sets the pace. But everyone doing a good job, nonetheless, after that start. Took us to lap number 12. And, yes, you do see laps counting, race fans. Laps do count under yellow. It's just like the Great American Stock Halloween 200. Presented by Diesel Boys LLC. Those will be tomorrow. 200 laps coming up for the Diesel Boys Great American Stock Cars. That will be tomorrow afternoon. But, yes, yellow flag laps do count in this 200-lap event here tonight. So everyone pretty much in their positions now after they choose. Looks like Devin McKinsley's 10M going to make the hard left-hand turn on PNC Pit Road as well. As here's what we're talking about. This is what they were told in the drivers' meeting. Make sure you pit when the pace truck is right in front of you, because if you choose to pit when the pace truck is over in turns number 2, you got half a lap before you go a lap down. So make sure you pit early enough, and that is what Devin McKinsley is doing in that 10M car. And he'll make the hard left-hand turn because his pit's over there, so we'll see what Devin McKinsley does to get back out.
And Will, I want to take a look at that top 5 there in the number 24. There's Noah Allison again. He always seems to find his way up into the top 5 and runs consistently up there. And there he is up there again. So that gentleman there trying to get his first win here on the Salem High Banks. He is a Winchester winner on the High Banks up there. He's been really close here.
Well, you know, Noah Allison picked up that win to the USAC Civil Crown area up at the Winchester Speedway. And Noah Allison, what a great highlight reel on Flow Racing that night with the USAC Silver Crown cars. So pretty cool to see Noah Allison pick up a win up there at the highest bank track in the country.
And looking at how they went on the choose cone, Noah Allison is actually up on the front row next to Michael Basham. So he's going to try that low side on that front row.
This is what we talked about. Noah Allison, who was currently running 4th right now, chose the inside, like you alluded to. Now he is the front row inside to Mike Basham's number 35 machine. So, does he hope he can pull Mike Basham on the restart? If he does not, he needs to get up to the high side as quick as possible.
Once again, a lot for these drivers to be thinking about as far as strategy and challenges throughout this race. It is something to drive these cars for all this time, but they've got to be thinking all the time, what is the correct move to do at certain times of the race?
So here we go. Lights are out on the Eddie Gilstrap vehicle. Right now, he'll gain speed. He'll make a hard left-hand turn into PNC Pit Road. Race fans, the first restart of the afternoon tonight coming in the Spooky 200. Mike Basham, Noah Allison, Dylan Kalin, Larson, and Chase Adams. Here we go as Mike Basham leads us to the restart.
Green flag's out. We're back underway. We'll see if they can get through turns 1 and 2 safely. Michael Basham leading the way.
Absolutely. Everyone kind of back there, 3 and 2 wide so far. Mike Basham, good start. Dylan Kalin goes second. Noah Allison in that 3rd spot right now. Larison, and there is Daniel Durrett. Daniel Durrett, many-time track champion in the ranks here. Here we go. Lap number 19 in the books.
Michael Basham once again looking very strong in that 35 machine. Dylan Kalen looking good too in the 8 as they are in the clear right now, and they look like they got some speed.
Problems for Chase Adams, number 34. Chase Adams is falling back right now in that number 34 machine. Don't know what happened. He went from top 5 now to pit road.
Tough break for the 34 machine. As we see the 194, Brian Whalen kind of got caught up there in the middle of the pack. Off the pace a little bit.
Yeah, off the pace. A tough break for Wilkerson's number 61. He's on PNC pit road as well. As these drivers trying to stay out of trouble is 21 laps, but looked like Chase Adams nicked the wall just a little bit on the right side on that number 34 entry. As now everyone just trying to stay clean and green right now around Salem Speedway. As the 35 and a little bit of debris down the front straightaway here. Looks like just some plastic. Don't know if they'll let it go or not. So off the dicing surface now as everyone kind of makes their way through the turns here at Salem Speedway down the back straightaway. Trying to watch all the way around and watch out. One car, pow, big hit down in turns number 1. Looked up, smoke flight, and a big contact down in turns number 1. Number 14 machine. And that is the number 14, one of the Ohio drivers in the Washington County Courthouse, Ohio. Luckily, just 2 came away with damage as we saw a lot of smoke come up and just nowhere for those drivers to go and heavy contact. So trying to get a word from race control on who the other car, that is the number 69. I believe that is in the running order, possibly Moore's number 69.
I believe that is Brian Vaughn is what we
Brian
got.
Vaughn. TJ Moore was originally supposed to be in that car, but Vaughn in that 69 now.
And that's also 14. That's Alex Penny, one of the Ohio drivers.
So, yeah, Alex Penny, tough break coming from Ohio. We appreciate them guys for coming down. And like you said, we looked over and saw smoke. Sometimes you can't really keep up with all the action on the track right now. But that is the issue down in turns number 1. That was the damage sustained from Penny, having nowhere to go. And then, of course, the number 69 of Vaughn, like you alluded to.
Yes, we both kind of didn't see the initial spin there. We see him turned around. Looked like another situation where it could have been a lot worse. I'm sure the 69 car not liking that situation. He did plow into the 14 pretty good there, but a good job again by some of the other drivers staying clear of that, not making it worse than what it was. So a little bit of cleanup down there, and it looks like everybody probably is good to go down there as far as health-wise, so that's good to hear. Don't need to summon the ambulance or anything like that. So that's good to know. The safety equipment on these vehicles doing their job. So track crew will try to get those cars up off the track and clean up some of the debris left behind. I'm sure there's some pieces here and there all over scattered back down there. So we'll look up on the brand new Salem Speedway scoreboard. We see 24 laps shown in the book so far. There's that 35, Michael Basham, leading the way again, looking strong out there.
Well, big development story. Jake Wells, your defending champion of this race, has went down PNC pit road as well. So, but this is the time. You will not go a lap down. I mean, you got to be quick, though. I mean, that's the key. But this is part of it, lapping it up. 24 laps up on the board. Next time the leaders will pass the start-finish line. We'll have 25 laps of the 200 scheduled. Like we said, a stage break going to come up at lap number 75, and a lot of these drivers are just trying to make it there. That's the go at this point.
Yes, it is not a mandatory pit stop as far as during green flag racing, so you can make it to those stage events. You would be in pretty good shape. So anytime you got a pit during green or even during these cautions could really put you behind the 8 ball unless you can really get a quick pit stop and get back out there. But that is something you'd really want to stay off of if all possible. We already seen the Chase Adams 34 machine with some issues going out early.
Race fans, don't forget tomorrow here at Salem Speedway, pit's going to open at 8 a.m., tech's going to open at 8:30. Drivers meeting at 9:45. Spectator gate's going to open at 10 a.m. tomorrow with practice starting at 10:30. Pre-race going to head off at 12:50. 1 o'clock, racing going to begin here at Salem Speedway. We're going to kick off the day with the Max Auto and Scrap Recycling Legend Series, the Red Ball Recycling Scrapper Division, and, of course, the lineup and introductions of the Halloween 200 presented by Kentuckiana Ford Dealers. 35th running of the Halloween 200 for the Diesel Boys, Great American Stocks, here tomorrow at Salem Speedway. Going to be a good one. So Hawk Harrod Adams, the Wilcox Towing and Recovery Rescue Team, trying to get everything picked up down there with the Impact Safety Rescue Team, sponsored by Safety Clean. We appreciate all of our great sponsors here at Salem Speedway. And how about that beautiful new scoreboard that just went up with that beautiful banner at the top with Salem Speedway?
Yeah, it's shining nice and bright over there, looking good. Got the top 5 right on there. 25 laps, as you see, already in the books now. So we're a third of the way to that first break. So still a long ways to go. Of course, Michael Basham leading the way. Dylan Kalin having a good run in the 8. And there's Noah Allison running third. So we'll see when they get ready to do the choose cone again. We'll see where those drivers want to put themselves. So Noah Allen didn't have too bad of a start on that last restart, but I'm assuming the 8 will probably stick to the high side, and I'm going to guess Noah Allison in 24 may do the same, or he may go ahead and go on down on that inside again. As you see the 87 running 4th. And then on the board 5th right now, there's the 38, Artie Beware, up on the board.
So 25 laps up on the board, Hawk, like you talked about. There's Zachary Stalker, of course, a dirt racer. JT Huffman out there, also a dirt racer. Know both of those guys very well. Glad to see them here. They usually compete over at the Brownstown Speedway. And that's the great thing about this Crown Vic event. You have drivers who come from all over the track. We were even supposed to have some Florida drivers here. Something happened, they couldn't make it, but we appreciate them for at least being on the entry list. I mean, that's the cool thing about these Crown Vics. They started down at Sportstrom Speedway, and they grew everywhere. And I'm not talking about just in the area. I'm talking Florida and all the way up to Ohio, Indiana. I mean, you have them everywhere, and that's really cool to see. And here at Salem Speedway, everyone kind of saw how the 2022 Spooky 200 went. And a lot of non-believers of that event, let's be honest, we were kind of skeptical as well. But, man, what a phenomenal event. And I'm sure this one's going to come down to a great event as well on the finish.
Yeah, just a lot of heavy hitters out here in this field. So a lot is left to be showed up here in this event. Of course, you got Michael Basham. I mean, you know, right now, he looks like the strongest car, but right now it is way too early to tell. But he is definitely setting the pace strong here, as he'd like to see some green flag laps go by for a long while so he can put some of these guys down a lap and make it really tough for some of these guys to get back up into the running.
Well, it looks like the cleanup crew is just about finished down there in turns number 1. You see the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle. It's just a beautiful sight of all these Crown Vics all around the over half mile here, 33-degree banking track in Salem, Indiana, the Salem Speedway. We want to thank all of the great people who's tuned in around the country on dirt2media.tv. We couldn't do it without them being here with the great coverage of this 35th annual Halloween 200 weekend. So they're checking the track. A little more debris may be on the track. That is what they're checking for before we double them up and have the choose cone again. Now, it's going to be interesting to see where Noah Allison chooses this time. This is the thing. You do your homework. A lot of these drivers are watching in front of them on where they're going to choose at to see where they need to go at, because that does matter in this race. If you're competitor is choosing somewhere different, you're going to choose somewhere different as well. It's just a mind game, if you will, but it all comes down to strategy here in 200 laps.
Yeah, we see Noah Allison go down to the inside and get on the front row in that last restart. He did pretty well on that, so I would assume if he has a chance, if the 8 goes on the high side, I think the 24 will go back down on the inside and give it another go along next to that 35 machine.
Next time by, here we go. We're going to have 2 to go and double up. So they'll choose this time by. You see that orange marker on the front straightaway. That is the choose. So when the truck comes by this time, the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle, they will choose and get 2 to go at the line. So here's where it comes very interesting. Where do you choose, inside or outside? They're going to do that this time by. And then you will see them double up behind the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle.
All right, you see the tail of the field now, just now getting across the stripe, and then here comes the pace truck with the leaders right there too. So we're going to see as they will go to the choose cone now, and of course Mike Basham to the outside. There's Dylan Kalin on the outside, and there goes Noah Allison as expected on the inside.
How about Larson's 87? We haven't really talked about him much in the broadcast tonight. We talked about him amongst ourselves a little bit earlier on today about who's going to be a top contender. And after the practice and qualifying times, Larson, man, he's here to stay. He is up in the front running of this event.
Yeah, he had some good practice times and qualifying, and kind of a new name to the situation. So he's definitely trying to make his name known out there. And so far, so good as he is on the board in that top 5.
So if you're watching at home on the broadcast, Dirt 2 Media, you just saw a replay of the incident that took place with the 69 and Penny. As Penny got sideways, looped down, there we go. 69 had nowhere to go and just ran right into the number 14 of Penny. So that is on Dirt 2 Media. That is the replay you were seeing at home on that broadcast. So tough break for everyone involved in that, as just Penny came around and had nowhere to go, and there comes the 69, tags him. So that's going to be interesting. We saw Ricky Puckett there go back down PNC Pit Road, so not happy with that 08 car. So we'll have to see what happens as the night goes on with that 08 machine. So now everyone doubles up again. How chaotic it's going to be. It's going to be 1 to go at the line for the second restart of the night here in the Spooky 200 presented by Red Ball and Recycling. So here we go. Lights are out on the pace vehicle. Getting ready and set in mad fashion here as we get ready and set to go with the restart of the Spooky 200. Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle picks up speed. He'll make his way to PNC Pit Road. Getting ready for the second restart of the night. Mike Basham on the point. He'll lead us to the green flag for the second restart. As everyone bunches up, here we go, race fans, getting ready for the restart. Down at the restart zone, we are back underway. Field goes down into turns number 1. Noah Allison gets a little bit of a jolt right behind him from Larison's number 87 machine. They enter turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway they go. Dylan Kalin gets a lot of momentum off turns number 2. Down the back straightaway once more they go. Turns 3 and 4. Hawk, here he comes. Mike Basham still on point.
Noah Allison hanging tough on the inside now. Gives way to Dylan Kalin. So Noah Allison now took back up on the high side into 3rd. We see Larson there 4th, and there's Artie Beware on the board, 5th.
Already where we had it to know it was only a matter of time, but here comes Gray's number 9 car. He fights to the inside of the number 38 of Artie Ware, trying to go to the top 5. He will not do it. Watch out for the number 20 of Marcus Elliott. He is back there as well. He's kind of ran 5th most of this race. Dropped back a couple of spots. Has big problems down in turns number 4. One wheel off a car, and that is the 00 of Joseph Allen's car. So a right front tire off of the 00 of Joseph Allen's Scott Motorsports entry in that 00 machine.
Yeah, he comes to a stop right here near the flag stand on the oval. Now there's another situation where it could have got a lot worse. As a lot of cars had to kind of make some maneuvers there, and you didn't know exactly where that tire was going to go.
A lot of heavy damage on the front right and the haul down the side of that car. See if we can get a replay of that on Dirt 2 Media. If not, we apologize, but just trying to figure out what happened to the 00 of Joseph Allen.
Of course, Joe just getting that car here just last week. I wouldn't really say purchasing it. He kind of won it in a waffle, and those people familiar with social media will know exactly what I'm talking about. So he was able to get that car ready for the big track, and unfortunately for him, he's only on 3 wheels right now, so he'll need a little help to get off the track.
Well, you can see all the safety vehicles down there right now. The Eddie Gilstrap Motors safety team and the Impact Safety Rescue team. Tough break, a little bit of side damage on the 002, so he might have nicked the wall just a little bit. And then the right front tire comes rolling out of turn number 4. And I can tell you that could have been a lot worse than it was with that tire. Those drivers did a phenomenal job avoiding that tire as it come off rolling out of the exit of turns number 4.
Yeah, once again, it could have been really, really bad there for a lot of situations. So far, so good on some of these accidents we've had. They've been kind of minimal to what it could have been if someone would make more of a wrong move this way or that way. So far, so good. We're seeing 33 laps now put up on the board here as we get near. We still got quite a ways to go till that first stage break at lap 75.
Yeah, great job by the safety team for getting that car up on the hook quickly. As 33 laps up on the board, like we talked about. We do count yellow flag caution laps in the 200 as well as the Diesel Boys Great American Stock Halloween 200 tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget, race fans, going to be an early morning in the morning. Pits open at 8 a.m. Hawk, I know you and I, we're going to go home, get a little bit of sleep, and get ready and set for what is to be a very, I guess, short night for us. But don't forget, race fans, up at the Circle City Raceway next week, where I will be, of course, is the Spooky 150 event. We are going to have that event up there at the Circle City Raceway, so going to have a little bit of dirt next weekend. I know I-65 Speedway is down at the Scottsburg. I know Saturday you have a little bit of event down there, but Hawk, that just shows you, we talked about it on the podcast, all these end of October events, kind of a lot of different shindigs come together. And then we got Nashville November 4th.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want the season to end, too early, so we're going to get in all the racing we can, and this is really a good time of year to see all these huge events. And, of course, who knows what we're going to see here. We got a lot of action here so far, and you just kind of wonder, how this race is going to play out.
Well, you and I will be boarding a plane in the middle of November. We'll be flying to Los Angeles, California. We'll be getting ready for the West Coast Figure 8 Championship. So we'll be going to Los Angeles. A little bit warm in the desert. We're going to have fun out there. We're very excited for that. But that is coming up the weekend before Thanksgiving, so it's going to be fun out there on the West Coast. Now is the choose cone. So basically, here we go. They're going to double up 2 laps at the line and double up as we get ready for yet another restart. This will be the 3rd restart.
So now as they double up, looks like Larson now is going to be on the inside front row. Colson Gray in that 9. He's having a pretty good run now. He's up there in the second row. He'll be on the bottom side. And there's Noah Allison on the high side, row 3.
So there you see up on the board, 34 laps up on the board of the 200 scheduled. Mike Basham, Dylan Kalin, Noah Allison, Larson, and Artie Ware, your top 5 right now at the Salem Speedway big board. You can see it there on Dirt 2 Media. That is a brand new scoreboard, and you're not seeing it. Daktronics provided us with a great, great scoreboard, and that is a message board on the bottom there. We just don't have that hooked up tonight. But Nick and Mega Bohannon very well invested here at Salem Speedway. So going to have 1 to go at the line this time by for the 3rd restart of the night. 35 laps going to go up on the board here. Will we get many consecutive laps in the board? They're all chasing to lap number 75. 40 laps until the stage break.
There you see Brad Stifler in the 18 pit road there. I believe he's been out for several laps, but he's got that thing fired up.
Yeah, they're of course, the Ohio team's parked down in the grass down there in turns 3 and 4. So, yes, he will look to be coming out to the Speedway again as they look like they have that number 18 ready to go again. But, you know, tough break for him because he was on a rail. But here we go. Lights are out on the pace vehicle. Brian Whalen slows down, but that's not going to matter. It's going to time for the restart once again. Eddie Gilstrap Motors pace vehicle picks up speed. And Brian Whalen's going to have to get out of the way here because here comes a hornet's nest of cars right behind him for the restart.
All right. Larson now on the inside. Not a really good restart for him. You see Gray is right there on him, bumping him a little bit, trying to get him to get going. They're losing a lot of ground. Up front, you got Basham, Dylan Kalin, and Noah Allison, top 3 as they come around to complete lap 37.
Top 3 indeed. They go down the front straightaway. 37 laps up on the board right now, going down to turns number 1 and 2. Mike Basham, legendary ARCA driver in the area, finds himself. Last year he led 176 laps of the spooky 200. Dylan Kalin, good run by him. He is in 2nd right now with Noah Allison, like you alluded to, in 3rd. But how about Artie Ware in that 4th spot?
Yeah, all those guys up front there so far having a really good run. And now they're coming into some lap traffic there. Look out. Dylan Kalin now having to hit the brakes, making some contact with some of the slower cars way off the pace. They're losing a couple spots.
Yeah, he got into the back of Katie St. Clair. He's going to lose a couple spots from that. Luckily, he didn't take her out and take his own self out of that contest. But right now, Mike Basham. The big problem down the front straightaway. Wayne Edwards and James Blanchard make contact with the inside retaining wall. And Wayne Edwards just trying to get all through it right now as Wayne Edwards looks to be getting going. And, man, that just sounded like a big bomb went off. And looks like those 2 cars able to drive away. And just Wayne Edwards and James Blanchard involved in that melee, hitting the inside retaining wall. Just nowhere to go here at Salem. Once one wrecks, you have nowhere to go. It happens so fast.
Yeah, we didn't see exactly initial situation. What happened there? We looked here. It happened right in front of us. We seen the 31 there sideways. And, of course, James Blanchard got caught up in it. Looks like he might have got the worst of it as he went straight to the pit area. We'll see if Wayne Edwards can continue as well. He is still up on the track going around turns 3 and 4. We'll see if he stays out on the track or takes it pit side.
Yeah, tough break for those 2 drivers. Looks like minimum damage. You can't really see as we see James Blanchard pulling into his pit area. Now, of course, it's not too light over there. You see a lot of light sticks over on the right side, but where James is, you're going to need a light because you can't really survey much damage with the darkness over there in the infield. So, looks like Wayne Edwards is going to be able to stay out there. You see a lot of right side, little bit of damage on that car, but looks like he has elected to stay out on the Speedway.
Yeah, he did touch that inside wall just a little bit, but not enough damage to damage his car. Maybe, maybe did it hurt it any? Who knows? But he is going to stay out there and give it a go as we are showing 40 laps on the board now.
Getting ready to be 41 laps up on the board. Now we talked about it. We had a feeling that this first 75 laps was going to be weaving out a lot of these drivers. Now, with 60-plus cars, you knew it was bound to happen. So we'll have to see how it goes from here. So Wayne Edwards, James Blanchard, I'm keeping an eye on the number 97's team. And looks like we do get a replay that we can see here in the booth, that is. So the replay shows there's Wayne Edwards on the inside. We'll have him rewind that just a little bit, and just a little bit there, and here he comes. So it looks like Wayne Edwards got around, and James Blanchard had nowhere to go on the video board, what we have up here for Dirt 2 Media. So that is the reason for the caution flag. Once more here at lap number 40, 41 laps, as we are counting caution laps right now for the incident between the 31E of Wayne Edwards and, of course, the number 97 of James Blanchard. I don't see James Blanchard's car. I believe he is making his way back out on pit road, so he will join the fray. So good to see the number 97 back out there. So two cars in that incident. They're going to rejoin the field.
So as the cars stack up, and they make sure everybody is in the correct order, and then we'll be able to do the double up choose cone. So they're going to go ahead and double up choose right now, this time around, as they come across the stripe at this moment. With Michael Basham leading the way, Noah Allison's going to follow him right on that outside. Artie Ware going to stay on the outside. Colson Gray going to stay on the outside. Nobody taking the inside wheel.
Well, that's a smart move, if you will, in the top five because, they've tried it before. Now, if it gets later than the race, maybe you do risk it a little bit there. But I think that is a smart decision from those drivers. The first person electing to take the inside is Johnny Miller's number 31 machine. So, pretty good, smooth move. I mean, Johnny Miller's been running pretty good in 2023.
Yeah, he's having a really good run here, staying right up there with the leaders. And now he finds himself on the front row. So we'll see if he can get a good restart here and put himself in a good position. Looking on back there at second row, right behind Johnny Miller is at 9 Colson Gray. He's also having a good run, so he finds himself there in the second row. Of course, Artie Ware at 38 on the outside of row 3. He is right there amongst the leaders. And, of course, there's Marcus Hill at that pretty green and black number 20. Brand new machine. First time being raced. Brand new, spanking new there. So breaking that thing in right here on the high banks here for the Spooky 200. 42 laps being shown on the board as we get everybody doubled up now and get them all bunched up. Of course, we've seen the 97 back out onto the track, James Blanchard. And we'll look to go green next time around, and this should put us at 43 laps down as we get ever closer to that first break on lap 75.
So it's going to be interesting how Johnny Miller handles this restart here. He was the first car that chose the inside line. Mike Basham, last year he led 176 laps of this 200-lapper. Tonight he's trying to stay out front and park it in victory lane. So can he do it? We're going to find out. He's looking really good right now. Like we said, you got to get to number 75. That is the first stage break. 2x2 exiting turns number 2. Lights are out on the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle. We're going to see the green flag for the fourth restart of the night here in the Spooky 200 presented by Red Ball and Recycling. So here we go. So here we go. Eddie Gilstrap Motors makes the hard left-hand turn, getting ready for the fourth restart. Mike Basham up on the point. Here we go to the green flag off turn number 4, and we are back underway.
Looks like a pretty good start for that inside groove. Johnny Miller in the 31, keeping pretty good pace. Going around turns 1 and 2. He's side by side with Michael Basham. But there goes Basham into turn 3, shooting ahead, bringing Noah Allison with him.
Yeah, that high side, very good here at Salem Speedway. Looking on through the middle, trying to keep up with all the action as Johnny Miller slides up the track. Gets a little bit loose.
Yeah, Johnny Miller almost tried to get up in behind the leader, but couldn't quite make it. Noah Allison was right there in the 24. Johnny Miller getting way out of shape. Look out over there. And there you go. Take the 194. Brian Whelan with him. And look out. Caution is out over there. A lot of congestion on the backstretch.
And we saw that one unfolding, exiting turns number 2. He got all loose, and there we saw it. And Johnny Miller and actually did a great job. Brian Whelan, really not too much damage. They did a phenomenal job on trying to stay out of trouble, and everyone else did as well. But that restart didn't last too long, Hawk.
No, they're wanting to go red here right now. They're wanting to go red.
We got a couple cars, and I didn't see that, and they are in the back straightaway, all tangled up. So we're going to see what's going on back there. We did not see that part.
Yeah, that was kind of behind the situation we was watching. A lot of cars over there. See one of them moving now. That looks like Donnie Blanchard in the 1A moving around.
Well, he's at the top side of the track. We're trying to get there's Katie St. Clair. I believe that may be, yes, James Blanchard's number 97 and the 18 of Stifler. So there is the incident. Those drivers are out of the car. So Brad Stifler. And there, again, you see now Arrington. It's number 24 as the camera moves a little bit closer. And I believe that is the 7W of Willis. So Willis, Arrington involved. Then you go back, and Brad Stifler and James Blanchard is together. We did not really see what happened with those 4 cars as we were watching Brian Whelan and, of course, the number 31 of Johnny Miller. So very interesting as we didn't see what happened back there, but they are going to send the EMS back there to check on those drivers. And, man, it just happens all at once here at Salem Speedway.
Yeah, I think with the situation going into 3 there, everybody was checking up, and there was a lot of smoke. So everybody was checking up coming out of 2, seeing there was some kind of issue going on down there. And when you check up, maybe the guy behind you doesn't check up, and this is the end result here. But tough break here today for both the 97 and the 18. Already had bad luck earlier, and now they're really, really in a bad situation over.
4 words to describe that. Nature of the beast. Unfortunately, we've heard it. You know, Dave Baines came on my podcast last year in the first season of the podcast, and he spoke on that. When you wreck here at Salem Speedway, it happens all at once. You really can't control it. Wrecking here happens so fast, in a blink of an eye, you just have no time. It's reaction time. And that's exactly what we're seeing here today with these Crown Vics. When you start over 66 cars, that is just the product of racing in some of these divisions.
These guys have done pretty good here today. We've talked about how they've gotten out of some situations. Could have been a lot worse, but we're slowly thinning the field out a little bit, and this could really thin it out even more. Not sure how many we're going to lose in this situation here. We'll have to kind of see what happens over there. Hopefully everybody is okay over there as they're checking on everybody over there on the back stretch. But there's a lot of cars involved in this melee. And so we are under a red flag situation. So right now the scoreboard is stuck at 46 laps.
So the word is drivers are okay. We were waiting for that. Let's give them a round of applause, race fans, as we never want to see anyone injured. Of course, those drivers okay, moving around, just checking on those drivers. I believe Brad Stifler was the one they were really checking on and worried about, so they're still going to evaluate him. But that driver came from us from Piqua, Ohio, so we appreciate him coming down racing with us here this afternoon. But 46 laps up on the board. Going to line them up and get ready. It's another chase right now. 29 laps, I believe, from that stage break. Red flag condition here at Salem Speedway on lap number 46. They will get those cars all situated as we kind of stack them up again here momentarily and try to get some consecutive laps in this event. Concession stand is open behind the main grandstands. Race fans also inside the track down in turns number 1. We invite you to go down and get you some concession stands. Merchandise kind of low on that, but they are taking pre-orders. If you would like to get some 2023 Halloween 200 merchandise, you can do that there at the merchandise stand. Also, Race 8 hoodies available for purchase down there as well. Make sure you support the Race 8 hoodies. You might need one out there tonight with that win, so we appreciate everyone for doing that as well. As we try to get the cleanup all situated, as we will get these cars out of the way and set to go. As you can see, the record service over there pulling away right now, the number 24A of Arrington's car. A lot of damage sustained on these cars here today.
As you see there, we got some cars now moving around over there, getting that back stretch cleared out a little bit so we can get these cars on the move again. Appreciate everybody's patience with this. Of course, we figured we would have a lot of cautions in this situation, but as we get the field stretched out a little bit, thinned out a little bit, we'll see some more green flag racing. Of course, we still got those 2 race breaks coming up at lap 75 and lap 150. Well, it's good to see that the wind has died down a little bit. It was very breezy earlier, but the sun was out, which made it pretty nice. But now that the sun's gone down, it's a good thing the wind has calmed down a little bit. Getting a little chilly out there, and as Will said, I believe they run out of the hoodies here right now in stock for the Halloween 200. A great bunch of sales for those items there. I think they still might have some T-shirts left. They got some other T-shirts there available. Also seeing some Race 8 hoodies down there. I got those down there. I got the last of the bunch there for the season. So if you are getting a little bit chilly, you might want to check them out down there. $25 is the only price you got for the all sizes, even plus sizes. So if you're getting a little chilly, you might want to check that out to finish out to the night. I know tomorrow is going to be a nice sunny day, but it's going to be a little chillier tomorrow. So might want to grab a hoodie for tomorrow as we come back for the main event of the weekend, the Halloween 200.
So getting the cleanup all corrected down on the back straightaway as we get ready and set for another double file choose cone. Going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this one goes. And we talked about it. You know, this is like an over and over broken record, Hawk. But the first 50 laps, we knew it was going to be a weave out everyone kind of deal. You know, weave out anyone who's not going to be in that front contender. So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the race goes.
You know, I found it very interesting. We had one of the biggest stretches of green flag racing was at the very beginning of the race when we went 11 laps, which was very surprising. But since then, we've had a lot of little incidents happen here and there, and starting to thin that field out a little bit as they continue to work on the situation over on the backstretch, trying to get the 97 and the 18. They might be hooked up a little bit over on that backstretch area. I know they were talking about the 18. He's able to run, and so once they get them unhooked or whatever it is they got to get going over there, he's ready to move that thing and test it out. So the 18 might be good to go, and we'll have to see how the 97 of James Blanchard, what kind of shape he is in. He's up there against that wall, so not sure how much damage he has or how hard he hit that wall when all that went on back there. And as they continue to work on those cars, get them excavated over there, they are getting the cars lined up where they need to be. So once we get the track cleared over there, everybody should be kind of where they need to be. We can get them going and get them through the choose cone once again. But it's that 35 still in that one spot. First place, Michael Basham, been setting the pace, blistering pace so far. But Noah Allison, we talked about him, hungry for a win as well. Both of those drivers here on the high banks of Salem. He's right there with him. Colson Gray in the 9 having a really good run. Of course, RDB Ware. And there's Dylan Kalen still up on the board. He had kind of a rough restart earlier, but he finds himself still in the top 5. As we see the field now rolling along. So we've got the field moving again, even though we got a couple cars still over there hung up on the back stretch. They must be tied up in knots over there, so they need to figure out how to untie them without causing too much more damage as well. As you see the track officials getting everybody moving along here where they need to be. It looks like they got the 18 unhooked now. They pull him away from the 97. They were talking about he was wanting to get that thing moving. It looks like he's got some front end damage going on that 18 over there, so not sure if he'll be able to continue or not.
Yeah, a lot of heavy damage on Brad Stifler's number 18 machine. They'll get him towed back on the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Record Service. Also, James Blanchard, of course, he was involved in the previous caution flag with Wayne Edwards' number 31 team. He's going to get picked up by the Wilcox Towing and Recovery Record Service as well. Tough break for James Blanchard, ends on lap 46.
And we talked about both those drivers, you know. You got to have a lot of good luck here. And so far, though, both of those drivers have had bad luck a couple times already, and now you see both of them on the hook headed back to their pit area. So not a good night for the 18 or the 97. See track officials over there cleaning up the situation over there. So we had some spillage over there quite a bit. So they're going to try to get that track over there as best as they can. So might want to keep that in mind over there. Coming out of 2, the track's going to be a little dirty. So just another challenge here for these guys in this spooky 200. It has become quite the enduro for these guys so far.
So as you see, the Safety Clean team back there getting all that debris off the racing surface, because that is another issue. Once we have more debris here, Hawk, you know, you don't want these cars to run in that and spin out or lose control or whatnot. But coming back to the yellow, going to be single file right now, getting ready for a restart. Was getting ready to say maybe slow down on the apron, but looks like Devin McKinsley and Ricky Puckett get going again here. There is the 123. Good to see Chuck Freeman back out here in the race car in that black 123 machine. So nearing lap number 50 right now. 25 laps from 50 will be the stage break, but right now 29 laps is what we need to get completed. Hawk, as we always say, caution breeds cautions. Hopefully not in this case, but a lot of these cars now still out here on the track. Brian Whalen, he's staying out of the way. He's still out there in that 194.
Yeah, that last incident, he had nothing to do with it. He was just an innocent bystander, if you will, as he kind of got caught up in it a little bit. But he's still out there trying to get as many laps as he can in and try to get a good finish. As they come around here now, we'll see. I don't think they're ready for the choose cone just yet. I think track officials are saying everything looks pretty good over there now. So I'm assuming the next time around, we'll look for the choose cone.
Absolutely. A lot of good cars still in this race, as Person's going to take his number 77 down on PNC Pit Road as well. So everybody trying to stay out of trouble. You got to survive. Good to see Wayne Edwards out there after that little incident. You know, we talk a lot about different drivers, what this race brings out, and you see a lot of figure eight, you see a lot of dirt drivers, you see a lot of short track drivers, and you see a lot of high bank drivers out here. It all depends on the mix, if you will, and there you see the number 13 defending winner Jake Wells. Marcus Elliott out there in the number 20 staying out of trouble. Beautiful new car. They got that together for this event here tonight. Talked to Marcus a little bit earlier on. Good to always talk to Marcus. How about the Iceman, Tony Conway? I grew up watching him in that number 89, usually driven by Rusty Kelly's number 89, but that is Tony Conway tonight in the number 89 machine, so good to see him out there as well. Don't count out the fourth place car of Artie Ware, of course. His son Alex Ware will be in the Diesel Boys Great American Stock here tomorrow afternoon. Big storylines here. You talk about Matlon Speedway. Kyle Evans, the Grays, and, of course, Tommy Pitcher. You know, it's always good to have Mount Lawn here with us represented, as well as the Tharps with Anderson. So, I mean, you have a lot of mix here, Hawk.
Yeah, you know, that's one thing about this race being when it is, or after the season is for a lot of these drivers at their home tracks. And this is quite a prestigious race now. As we talked about what happened last year, everybody wanted to race this race this year, which in per se you see all the big car count that we had, and so it's quite a mix here, and so far it's been quite interesting, and it's still got a long ways to go, and you just wonder how much green flag racing we're going to have. Now it's thinned out a little bit, but you know, as we get more and more closer on you're going to have these guys pushing a little bit more. So there's going to be a lot happening still, a lot to go on, a lot of storylines left to go here in this spooky 200. So we'll see if we got the lineup correct. And yes, we are going to double up and choose this time around. You see the pace truck coming across here. So we'll see where everybody wants to go on this restart at lap 46.
So here we go, the choose cone as Gray's going to take that number 9 to the inside. Everyone else behind him trying to do the same. So what we got, Hawk? What are we looking at?
Looks like we got Gray up there on the front row there. And as you talked about, Tony, the Iceman Conway, he's going to be up on the second row on the inside. Of course, Tony's run in a lot of Halloween 200 races over the years. Supposedly he is one of those guys that has retired, but we all know how that goes with some of these old guys. They always make an exception here and there. All right, we get everybody situated now through the choose cone. We got everybody doubled up where they're supposed to be at now, so we'll go one at the line this time around.
So here we go after a lengthy red flag delay for the incident on the back straightaway, coming to the restart after this lap here. One to go at the line. Still Mike Basham up on the point right now, trying to park it in victory lane tonight. Noah Allison, Gray's number 9, Artie Ware, and Dylan Caitlin. This is going to be an interesting restart. You look on back, a lot of these drivers staying out of trouble right now. So this is going to be interesting when we come to the restart. There you see, again, we'll talk about it. He is the defending champion, Jake Wells, number 13, trying to stay out of trouble, staying up on the point. Everyone doing a great job so far as we get ready. Plenty of cars left to go. Down the back straightaway, the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle going to have lights out as we come to the restart off turn number 4. Here we go. Pace truck picks up speed, getting ready for another restart here in the spooky 200 as we get ready and set to go for the restart. Off turn number 4, Mike Basham going to lead us back to the green flag.
All right, into turn 1 they go. Gray trying to keep pace with that 35 of Basham. Doing a good job so far. He's got a good run out of 2 down the backstretch, but here comes Basham back on that outside.
Here comes Gray. How about the Gray car, number 9 machine, fighting to Mike Basham's number 35. Mike Basham goes high. He's going to overtake with the momentum. He's going to have that spot back.
And here goes Noah Allison with him into second, but Gray's going to move up into third place now in front of Artie Ware running fourth.
Amazing to see how Gray is racing. Oh, big crash over in turns number 2. And now big melee as many cars involved in that incident. And looking at that, and it all started, I believe, with possibly the 3T. I think that is Tharp. And that is the 3T of Ricky Tharp.
I believe we still got one car stuck over there in turn 2. 1 or 2 cars. We've had a couple cars move away. I seen Wayne Edwards pull away and the 3T of Jordan Tharp pull away. Track officials over here to check on that other car that's sitting over there right now.
So yet, Hawk, cautions breed cautions. And we talked about it. 2 laps now. 48 laps. Well, we did 1 lap. Course counts cautions as we have a replay. Yeah, it looked like 3T and Micah Sell. That was Mike Sell that went down on the apron. So James Mike Sell and Ricky Tharp, those two have raced together many times. They actually made tango, and there we go for the replay again here. There's your leaders. Then we go back when it's happening here on the replay. And, yeah, we see Mike Sell and Ricky Tharp, I believe, and just everyone else kind of stacked up because they had nowhere to go. But that's the product of racing here at Salem Speedway.
Yeah, everybody kind of stacked up there afterwards, checking up there. And one of those cars is still sitting over there against the wall. Still not sure exactly what car that is, so they're checking on him right now, trying to get that situation. You see a lot of debris over there. Looks like Cal Evans, he's in the 4. He's got that thing fired up, and he's going to get going again and test it out and see if he can continue on. He's conferring over there with his pit crew, it looks like.
And for everyone on the Dirt 2 Media broadcast, welcome back. Live shot here now at Salem Speedway as we had another caution flag for the melee over in turns 1 and 2 between Ricky Tharp and the number 24 of James Micasell. Right now, 49 laps upon the board. Next time by, when the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle passes the start-finish line, we will have 50 laps upon the board, and it will be a 25-lap dash until that lap 75 stage break.
See the 3T, Jordan Tharp, going through the pit area. I believe he's going to rejoin the field when he gets back around on the back stretch. Not sure about Micah Selton in 24. I don't think we see him out there right now. So yes, yet another restart coming up here. I think we're kind of overdue for some long green flag laps. I'm going to go out on the limb and say we're going to make it all the way to that 75-lap break. What do you think?
Well, you got high hopes, my friend. I'm proud of you, but I don't think we're going to make it to 25 more laps. I'm kind of a realist, I guess you could say. I hope we make it to lap 20 or 25 more laps under green flag racing. I hope you're right, but we'll see how it happens. If the last 50 laps have proven anything, we'll see how it goes. But we definitely could. Everyone just needs to stay calm, take a deep breath. 25 laps, you get to work on your car just a little bit and take a breather, because that's what you need. We got 150 more laps. Think about that. We have 150 more laps in this event. So we are far from done, as we are now 1/4 away from finishing this event. We still got a long way to go. There's no doubt about it. No way to say it. 150 more laps here around Salem Speedway is no easy task for any driver.
Yeah, we've seen some tough luck for some good drivers out there. But we got some of these drivers that's been running up front. They've been pretty sharp out there. They've stayed out of trouble, running really good. So we got a lot of good cars up front. And who knows, we've got some more cars behind that main stretch there of cars. Maybe holding back a little bit, just kind of taking it easy. Marcus Elliott is one that comes to mind over in the 20. Tyler Payne, the 41. Some of those guys right there is Jacob Robertson, 91. I believe maybe his first high bank race. And, of course, we've seen him win earlier tonight. Now he's out there with a pretty good run in that 91.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long way to go. I mean, there's no doubt. Like we said, Mike Basham last year led 176 laps in this race. And he's going to try to do all 200 here tonight. Noah Allison, we talked about it. He's won at Winchester Speedway during the USAC Silver Crown Series. And that was a highlight reel because that was one heck of a Ford race from start to finish, kind of like we saw in 2022 here at the Halloween 200. And looks like Hagan Jr. down here in the 357. He is talking to the official. Don't know what's going on that 357 ride. Now, we saw 357 of Chris. He's raced down at the Kentucky Motor Speedway many times down in Whitesville, Kentucky. But, I mean, here we go. You got Jacob Robertson out here. He was your 2023 Figure 8 champion here at Salem Speedway. Picked up a win earlier tonight as well. He's doing great. He has never raced on the high banks here before, so that's going to be interesting to see how he fares through the field as well tonight.
There you see Kyle Evans in the 4 there on the front stretch at a very slow pace. And of course, they're checking on the 357 Hagen. I'm not even sure if the 357, he actually took the green at the beginning of the race. I think he wasn't even out there, but he has made it out there now, but some kind of issue going on there. You see him pulling away now.
Don't know if he was not happy with someone or not, but he pulls away. But 357, and looks like GB down there on the track trying to get a safety vehicle to try to get the number 4 of Kyle Evans. So trying to listen to race control to see what is going on the racing surface. So they thought the number 10M of Devin McKinsley was stalled out. Looks like he is able to go. Sometimes us as announcers and broadcasters, we have to kind of listen to race control as well to make sure what we're saying is correct, and that is what was correct. So we'll go with that. 52 laps now up on the board. Like we talked about, it sounds like a broken record. You got to make it to lap 75 for that first stage break, and then this is when your pit crew has to liven up and go to work.
Yeah, it's a big team effort, no doubt, with all this going on here. A lot of these laps, all this strategy we talked about. And, yeah, a lot of it is the pit crew stuff. You got to have some guys ready to do their thing, know what they're doing. You see the Wayne Edwards now back into the pit area again. He's had kind of a rough outing at 31, but he's going to pull that in there, and they're going to make some changes there and see if they can't get him back out onto the race.
No doubt they're going to stack them all up again here and make sure the track is clear. They'll choose yet again. A lot of people are getting to experiment with that choose rule, either the inside or the outside. And that is what is going to be the case here in this one. But, you know, we have a little bit of laps, and then we filter it out. Tommy Pictures, number 38, going to slow to the apron down in turns number 3. So they may have to get the attention to the number 38 of Tommy Pitcher, the Mount Lawn Speedway regular.
Yeah, we've seen him stall out a couple times. As a matter of fact, at the very beginning of the race, he stalled out almost in that same spot over there. So really having issues with that 38, keeping that thing running. So 200 laps is a long ways to go. So trying to keep that thing running and get some laps in here. As we see, like, for instance, the 194, Brian Whalen, you know, he's just trying to log some laps and see where he ends up finishing, and see if he, this is the first time on the high banks, as is for several of these drivers and several of these cars as well. We've talked about it before, so a lot going on. It looks like we're going to try to double up here maybe this time. I think we're going to do the choose this time, so we'll see where everybody wants to go. Noah Allison going to stay right behind Michael Basham. There goes Gray in the 9. It worked good for him the last time. He had a very good run, tucked in there to 3rd place. So he's going to try it again on the inside of row 1 next to Michael Basham.
Yes, indeed. Inside row number 1, Gray. And we've seen Gray race a lot at Mount Lawn Speedway as well. He's raced up there, and that is a very tough track to navigate. Now, totally different than Salem Speedway. Don't get me wrong there. But good to see Gray is number 9 up there on point. Noah Allison, we knew he was going to be tough, but how about the 38 of Artie Ware?
Yeah, he's been on the board for a little while now, having a really good run, as well as the 8 of Dylan Kalin, really having a strong run as well. So those guys up there, all those cars you see on the board right now have had strong runs, and so we'll see where it goes. But as we've said, long way to go.
A long way to go indeed as we get ready for another start. Like you said, can we make it to lap number 75 on this start? 53 laps up on the board right now. This will be 54. Next time will be 55 when we go back to green flag racing. We will have 20 more laps. At the restart, 20 laps will lead us to that number 75 spot. That is where we want to be. 1 to go at the line. Mike Basham set to bring us to another restart. Noah Allison, Gray, and Artie Ware, your top 4. And then Larson's number 87. So here we go. Now, don't count out. We haven't talked about it much, but Carter Cook out there in the 59, he's won a couple times, two-time winner on the big track. So don't count out the number 59 of Carter Cook as well. There's a lot of heavy hitters out there, and there's a long way to go. 2x2 down the back straightaway, getting ready for the restart. 54 laps upon the board, 55 next time by. It'll be 20 laps until the stage break of lap number 75. We'll come back after that 10 minutes and get ready for yet another dash to 150, and then we'll take our last stage break. Well, here we go for the restart. Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace Vehicle pulls to the inside of pit road, and we are getting ready for the restart. Mike Basham set to lead us back to the green flag.
Colson Gray had a good start on the last restart. He's trying to do it again. Green flag out.
Here we go, down the front straightaway. All cars make it around. Down the back straightaway we go. Mike Basham pulls away yet again. Noah Allison, he is right there behind him. Here comes Artie Ware. You do not want to give up as Artie Ware almost getting pinched in the outside retaining wall, and Mike Basham still on top.
Colson Gray now hung up on that inside. And there he goes now. He's into fourth place there as he settles in there, as he almost had a little contact with the 87.
Artie Ware now up in front of the number 9 of Gray right now. Now he'll be comfortable in that number 3 spot, as now consecutively 57 laps up on the board. As big problems, yet again, Artie Ware goes around. And now Nick Cooper goes into the wall as well. And 38 is not happy. And this, they're telling him on the receiver, be careful here on what you do. And Artie Ware,
I think he's not too happy with the 9 car.
Yes, indeed. And that's what makes us just happy to be up in the booth, ain't it?
Yeah, they were definitely telling the 38 he's going to have to go to the tail, but he wanted to prove a point first to let everybody know exactly why he wasn't very happy.
So we'll figure out what race control is going to do with the number 38 now. So we'll figure that out as we go. 38, Artie Ware has been disqualified. He will be told to go to the pit area is the word from race control. So 38 will be parking that car from race control. So that is the word from race control, and that will be the word that stands. So Artie Ware will take it home tonight. So here we go for another restart. Did I tell you we weren't going to make it to lap 75?
Well, we got kind of close. We got a few laps in anyway.
So with that, the number 9 car will go to the tail end. So the 9 thinks he's going to get a spot back. The 9 will go to the tail. So he will go to the tail end. Well, Hawk, we thought it was going to be crazy tonight. It is.
Yes, our first little bit of drama, though, of course. Of course, you expect that with this many cars on this track and this kind of race with a lot of money on the line. Didn't really see exactly the situation there, but I'm sure we can maybe see the video right now on Dirt 2 Media. Maybe figure out exactly what happened there.
So, yeah, Artie Ware just in front of the number 9 car, and they exit turns number 4 on that spot. We'll try to follow them around as it happens, and, yeah, just kind of the back end and just Gray's number 9 just in the back end of Artie Ware is what we saw on the Dirt 2 Media broadcast. So again, they're telling Artie on the receiver, race control, you better bring it into pit road. So that is the call from race control, is what we're hearing on the two-way communication radios.
Well, so far, as you see on the front stretch, the 38 still on the track, still getting that black flag. So I guess he's taking his time.
Well, it is spooky. You hear all the boos out there, so, you know, hey, take it how you can get it.
The boo birds are out.
This is when I'm glad I'm just calling the race. You know what I mean? So they are saying we're not going back green until the 38 goes, so we may be here all night long. Well, Mike Basham, he is on top of the board right now.
We're showing 60 laps on the board, so we're only 15 laps away from that first break.
Yeah, I mean, this is the other thing. That the longer Artie stays out there, the longer the laps are going to tick away. So, you know, this is now, you know, in the hands of, you know, you're wasting time at this point. So waiting for what they decide to do, as now the flagman is on the track. This is when it gets serious. I think this is the first time I've seen Barry down there get booed. This is a new one for me. You know, I mean, we've seen a lot of things in our racing. We've called many.
Well, I think he definitely knows he's supposed to be black flag. Maybe his receiver's not working, but I think he got the message that time.
Well, I know laps are continuing to count here. 61 laps up on the board.
So, 61 laps now on the board.
That's it. So, as we wait, so here's what you got. Artie, where the other drivers aren't going to be happy because he's kicking off laps here. So Artie Ware will be parked, so don't know what's going to happen there, but it's already after 9 o'clock. We want to get this race in the books tonight.
I believe Artie Ware they're pulling away there. Someone should tell him the burnout contest was earlier. And he's picking up speed now. He might be headed to the pit area this time.
All right, let's see what's going to happen here as we get the car. 62 laps up on the board. And looks like, don't know what's going to happen here, Artie Ware will go to the pit area. So here we go, finally. All right, now we're in the books here. So now we can begin. As here we go, Mike Basham up on the point. So trying to get everything worked out. 62 laps up on the board right now. Mike Basham still on your point lead, or on top of the board right now. Now Larison's inside row number 1, Hawk. This is going to be interesting. But look who's inside row number 2. This is going to be Marcus Elliott now on the inside of row number 2. So keep an eye on that number 20 car.
He's had a pretty good run so far. He's kept himself up towards the front, and there he is right there in row 2, as you said. But how about that 35 of Michael Basham so far? I mean, he has just been the car right now through this first stage. Still a long ways to go, as we've said before. So we'll see if we can maybe go green. Looks like next time around we're going to try to go green.
So next time by, lights will be out. Now we only have just a handful of laps until we get to that stage break. Lap number 75 up on the board here. Lights are out on the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle. So here we go. 35 of Mike Basham up on the point. But now you have a lot more heavy hitters moved in. How about Dalton Neville's number 7 car?
All right, picking up the pace this time. We'll see if we can make it these 12 laps. 2 laps, 75, that first break. Car's picking up speed, and green flag's out. Back underway once again. Mike Basham with a good run down the front stretch into turn 1 and 2. Noah Allison right there on his bumper.
Absolutely. Mike Basham now up on point. Noah Allison gets a good run out of side of turn number 2. Buck drafting the number 35 of Mike Basham. Larson there in that 3rd spot. Everyone now trying to go. Marcus Elliott on the inside.
Marcus Elliott hung up on it inside right now. Is he going to try to tuck back in there a little bit? Still on that inside of Dylan Kalin in the 8 car.
Absolutely, as the number 35 and 24, Noah Allison lead the way at 10 laps to the stage break. Coming to now lap number 66 up on the board.
Michael Basham. And Noah Allison now pulling away a little bit. Really showing some speed here on this restart.
Definitely showing speed indeed, as the number 24, Noah Allison, now right all over the back bumper. It's a 2-car breakaway for that number 1 spot. So down the front straightaway they go. Larson in that number 87 goes 3rd right now. Everyone else jockeying for position right now. Noah Allison gaining some momentum, Hawk.
Yeah, he looks like he's wanting to put a move on the 35 here right now. Really putting a lot of pressure on the 35, making him really work hard.
So down 2-car battle for the number 1 spot. We are less than 10 laps away from the stage break at lap number 75. And Noah Allison all over the back bumper of Mike Basham's number 35 car down the back straightaway. Larson in that 3rd spot. Dylan Kalin in 4th. Tony Conway in 5th. Your top 5 right now. Devin McKinsley slow. He's going to go to pit road. As the number 10, tough break for him. But right now, 6 laps to go before the stage break.
Noah Allison looked to the high side of Basham in turn 1 and 2, took back in. Really making a strong move on Basham right now, looking strong as they are nearing the end of this first stage. Lap 70 down, 5 more to go.
5 more to go into the first stage break here at Salem Speedway. Mike Basham, and man, Noah Allison may have the fastest car out there right now in that number 24.
They're coming up on some lap traffic right now.
Oh,
They're 3 wide in front of him. Noah Allison dips down the inside. There's a lap car right there. 77 has to get out of the gas a little bit, allowing Basham to get back up in the front. Noah Allison has to tuck him back behind him.
Big crash over the back straightaway. It is Billy Hayes and Don Douglas. And more issues all around the track here. So this is telling me that this is going to bring us possibly to the stage break of lap number 75. Tough break for Don Douglas and Billy Hayes right under the scoreboard back there on Salem Speedway's backstretch. And this will possibly bring us to that lap number 75 stage break.
Yeah,
but how about Noah Allison?
Yeah, we had a good battle up front there. Michael Basham and Noah Allison really showing their muscles right there. They come up on some lap cars. It got a little dicey there. Noah Allison had to get out of it, but he got out of it okay, tucked in behind the 35. But as that was going on, we had this little incident there on the backstretch. It looks like I think that's the 55 of Billy Hayes. He's still hung up over on on the wall right there by the scoreboard. So, yes, as you alluded to, this should probably bring us up to lap 75 in that first break.
Man, let's talk about those 75 laps. Holy cow. Man, we expected no less really in that first 75 lapper here tonight. A lot of melee, a lot of damage. As, you know, we kind of weeded a lot of these guys out, and girls, if you will. But tough break for everyone around. As we still have the 35th running of the Halloween 200 here tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget about that 1 p.m. start time tomorrow afternoon. Make sure we get everyone home in time for Monday morning work blues, of course. So, tough break for Billy Hayes and Don Douglas. They were coming ever so close to that lap number 75.
Yep, the old dreaded caution got them again there. But these guys can kind of take a breath here in just a moment here as we get up to this first stage break, kind of figure out where they're at, where their cars are at, what they need to do. Everybody's kind of got a feeling now of what their car is going to do and how this race is going and progressing. A lot of things happening, but one thing we know, the 35 and the 24 right now kind of made themselves known as they are the two strongest cars, but will that last the whole way through? And what will these guys do on these brakes?
There you go. The adjustments that they are going to go through, will it be good for the better or will it be worse for the worse? And that's one thing you got to think about. And I talked to them last year. They changed some rear end stuff on Mike Basham's car, and he didn't want to change it, and that's how he lost the race. So this is going to be a lot of gambling. If I was Mike Basham, I would not change my car. I mean, maybe some 4 fresh tires. But Noah Allison, he looked to have the faster car of the two as we ever got closer to this 75 laps.
Yeah, as we said, he's come really close to winning here. Won in Winchester earlier in the year. Really, really wanting a win here. But so is Michael Basham, you know. He's come really close here the last 2 big races they've had. And so he's got to be thinking, I've got this strong car, but the 24 has been really pushing me. So they might want to try to make some adjustments, try to get a little faster, try to keep pace and stay ahead of that 24 car.
So the word is, telling the two-way communication, race control has just said, officials be ready for the stage break. On pit road, be aware. You need to be watching yourself on pit road, please. The cars will be coming down pit road at lap number 75. So we need pit road clear as possible, please. These cars will be coming down pit road. Everyone's safety is our number one concern. So lap number 75, 1 lap away. PNC Pit Road Hawk is getting ready to get busy.
Yeah, as you said, lots of stuff going to be happening there, so we'll see what these guys do and how these cars run after they get out of the break. Will it be good? Will it be bad?
Pit road getting ready to get very, very busy here momentarily. So next time by, going to be lap number 75 upon the board. The Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle passes by. They'll have 10 minutes. 10 minutes once they are in their pit stalls. That will be the stage break, 10 minutes. A horn will blow at 10 minutes, a horn will blow at 5 minutes, and an air horn will blow at 1 minute left to go. If you're not out there at the end of the 10 minutes, wherever you are, you will start at the tail. You will lose all of your positions, and there is lap number 75. Lap number 75 is officially on the board. Next time by, PNC Pit Road will happen, and that will be interesting to see how these crews work on these cars. You see them down there with jacks right now all over pit road. These crews going to be fun to watch. So here we go. As you see the cars begin to make their way to the apron behind the pace truck, they will come to pit road right now. You see all the crews on pit road ready to go into action. 4 fresh tires coming up. So here's the stage break as we're talking about, looking at our notes right now. So you cannot, now that's the rule, Hawk, you cannot work on your car until that air horn sounds. All kinds of officials have been designated to watch all over this pit area. So you cannot work on your cars until that horn sounds. Now everyone's going to come down pit road. Everyone, you can see them all the way around PNC Pit Road. They are ready to go here tonight.
Yeah, and that only makes it fair, too, to give everybody a chance to get in and get to their pit, because the ones that are first pitting would have more time. So it's only fair to get everybody in, get everybody parked safely, and then start the time. So we'll be able to hear that air horn go off here momentarily and be able to watch the pit crews go to work.
So it's going to take a little bit just to get all of these drivers into that area. Here in a moment, we're going to take a little bit of a break here, race fans, give our breasts a little bit and our throats a little bit of rest here, but we're going to play a little bit of music. This is the stage break, 10 minutes in distance once the horn sounds. Once again, welcome back to the Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. So that is the horn. The 1 minute is up. You should be out there or moving on the pit lane here. If you don't, you will be starting on the back. So, Hawk, what do we expect in this next melee to 150 laps?
Well, right now we want to see how these cars perform compared to the first stage, you know. A lot of these cars, I believe, took on some tires, right side tires possibly, made the adjustments they think they need. You know, they had enough laps to know what the car was doing and what it should have been doing. So I think you should see some cars run a lot better here. Of course, so we'll see how many cars make the bell, if you will, make this green, and see how many cars is left. Not sure how many cars was running at the end of that first stage. Still quite a few cars. We have thinned it out some. So a little bit more racing room for these guys. They have survived the first session, if you will. And that was the main thing. Survived the first session. A lot of these guys that are on the lead lap, that's all they needed to do, stay on that lead lap. So now they got to go another 75 doing the same thing and then take another break at 150.
Roller back there.
So you can see a lot of new tires on these cars right now. 4 tire adjustments for a lot of these cars. Don't know what else adjustments have been made. And looks like all cars will start on the tail. If you're not out there right now, you're going to be on the tail end of this event. So that is the restart here coming up momentarily. So Mike Basham still on point. There is Noah Allison in that number 24. That is going to be the situation here. We're going to have to see how it all goes. So once we get everyone back out there on the racing surface, we'll get ready for the restart and the choose. So 78 laps. The laps will count again here at Salem Speedway. Don't forget, pit gates open tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Going to be a bright and early day here at Salem Speedway. Grandstands open at 10 a.m. and the racing starts around 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll kick the day off with the Max Auto and Recycling Legends Series 30-lap feature on the inner track. I believe over 17 of those cars scheduled, so good to see the Legend cars coming out. But, Hawk, we have a long way to go tonight, my friend.
All right, as we get things going again here, you see the laps are counting through again, showing 79 laps on the board. We get everybody sorted and get ready to double them up again. We'll return to this battle up front. We'll see if anybody this time after the break has anything for Michael Basham and Noah Allison. Of course, you got the 87 up there. Has had a really good run. Larson in that 87 having a really good run, so he has put himself in position right there behind the top two. Dylan Kalin, can't say much about him. He's really impressive run in that number 8. Of course, there's Tony Conway, the veteran, retired veteran. Supposedly retired, out of retirement tonight anyway. As I said earlier, he's been in many, many Halloween 200s. I think he's won it a few times. Won many races over the years in the area here at Salem and on a lot of the short tracks, Sports Drome, Louisville Speedway. A lot of figure 8 wins under the belt of that man, the Iceman. He's put himself in the top 5 here right now at this first stage of this event. Like I say, what to see how some of these cars that were kind of laying back a little bit, see what they do here this stage. Marcus Elliott's had a good run in that 20. Jacob Robertson having a good run in the 91 in his first high bank event here at Salem. He is definitely a wheel man. And as we see 80 laps on the board now, just taking a look at the cars remaining out there. Looking at the race monitor, showing about 32 cars still on the lead lap. So as I said earlier, you want to be on the lead lap here at this first stage. That would be a successful 75 laps for you. So that was the plan, I'm sure, for a lot of these guys that are laying back. I know I was talking to Nick Cook, who's spotting for Carter Cook. He told him they've just been riding. Just take it easy right now. They just wanted to stay on the lead lap, and it's exactly what they did. So, of course, Carter won the Firecracker 100 earlier in the year for these guys.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, a lot of this attrition is coming into play in this Spooky 200 event here tonight at Salem Speedway. And, you know, Carter Cook has 2 wins to his credit here at the High Banks at Salem Speedway. I interviewed him when he won that first one down in Red Ball and Recycling Victory Lane a little bit earlier on in the 2022 season. So very well indeed. So coming to choose this time by Mike Basham and Noah Allison. They were the class of the field all class long here. As they will choose the high side, Larison goes to the inside. Dylan Kalin, and here comes the Iceman, Tony Conway. He chooses the inside as well. So now you got to make it to lap number 150. 150 is the next 10-minute stage break, and then we will have a 50-lap dash to the finish here tonight's Kentuckiana Ford Dealers, Red Ball and Recycling Spooky 200 here at Salem Speedway. So now we get to see how the adjustments and the tires hold up here in this last little dash to 150 laps. One to go, going to be shown to the field here. One to go. Now, this is where you got to kind of see what's going to take place here. Looks to be about 45 cars of the 66 that started still remaining. Still a great-looking field out here as we approach the halfway point. So lap number 100 will be halfway, of course. Here we go, getting ready and set for the restart. Lights are out on the pace vehicle. Mike Basham in the 35 leads this one. Noah Allison in that number 2 spot. And third place running the 87 of Larison. He is scored third, but he picked the inside, so he's going to be the inside front row up on this one. So how will Mike Basham do? How will Larison's start go? Here we go, Hawk, to the restart. Down in turns number 4 as the pace truck picks up speed.
All right, here we go. Getting ready to get back. Green flag racing. Scoreboard showing 83 laps. As they pick it up And the green flag waves. We are back underway. Here we go.
Here we go for the restart. They take the green flag down to turns number 1 and 2 right now. They all bunch up. Mike Basham, good jump by him. The Noah Allison number 24 car goes down as well. So everyone kind of staying clean and green right now as we approach the halfway point. Noah Allison, but here comes Dylan Kalen. Good run from the A crew here this weekend as well.
The top 3 cars are looking strong on this restart. There you see Michael Basham now pulling away a little bit, but getting a little squirrely. Noah Allison gains back ground right up behind him.
Down the back straightaway they go right now. Mike Basham still on point. Noah Allison's 24 right behind him. And Tony Conway, how about that? Tony Conway picking up some speed in that number 89.
Yeah, Tony Conway at 89 looking strong. He dives down the inside of Noah Allison. He takes over second place.
How about the adjustments on the number 89 of Tony Conway? He finally takes over the number 2 spot. How about this hawk?
We seen Dylan Kalen in the 8 push the 24 Noah Allison. Kind of wonder if Noah Allison maybe made some wrong adjustments. Doesn't quite look as strong right now.
There you go. We talked about it. This is exactly what happened to Mike Basham in 2022. So Mike Basham, Tony Conway, Noah Allison, your top 3. Dylan Kalen, and here comes Payne. Here comes Jerry Payne. We can't count out that number 40. He has many wins here at Salem Speedway and many podium spots as well.
Yeah, that 40 car, first time we really mentioned him during this race, but he's put himself in a position, and now he's on the board. Chase Adams in the 34 up against the wall in turns 1 and 2, keeps it going. Looks like we're going to stay green.
Yeah, Chase Adams got in the wall just a little bit there in turns 1 and 2. He stays green and clean right now. Don't know if any damage is done on that number 34 car. We'll have to kind of sit back and watch a little bit. As now, here comes Jerry Payne. Look at the speed Jerry Payne has now. These adjustments as we have now. Everyone around the speedway, problems over in turns 1 and 2. Looks like everyone is moving along. A little bit of an incident, close call with Johnny Miller, but he keeps that car going. But how about Tony Conway? He's reeling in Mike Basham in the 35 now, but here comes Jerry Payne's number 40.
Yeah, definitely Tony Conway at 89, Jerry Payne in the 40, making those good adjustments now, and they are right there in the thick of things.
No doubt about it right there as they come down the front straightaway once more. Johnny Miller's going to bring that 31 pit side. So, but Tony Conway, that's a big story there in its own right. As a lot of these cars trying to jockey for position right now.
Yeah, and definitely the Noah Allison in 24 still showing on the board 4th, but just does not seem to have that power right now. And he's got the 87 Larson right down, breathing down his neck, trying to get around him.
No doubt about it, as everyone tries to go around the racetrack right now, trying to avoid what they call traffic jam here tonight at Salem Speedway, as Chuck Freeman's going to take the 123 down PNC Pit Road right now. Johnny Miller, he is on pit road as well. Everyone else trying to stay out of harm's way. Right now, 7 laps shy of the halfway point.
Michael Basham in the 35, Tony Conway at 89. Really setting a blistering pace up front there as they're going to come up on some more slower cars coming around to complete lap 94.
Lap 94 indeed is complete. 6 laps shy of the halfway point. 94 laps up on the board, but look at Tony Conway all over the back bumper of Mike Basham's number 35.
They got into a little bit of slower traffic there. 35 had to back off a little bit. Conway down the inside has to back off a little bit, goes back on the high side in behind the 35.
Tony Conway made the right adjustments, that's for sure, because his car has came alive here in Halloween 200 for the Spooky 200. This is what it's all about. The Iceman, Tony Conway, in the number 89, reeling in Mike Basham's number 35.
They're coming up on some more slower cars there right in front of them. You see the 858, 357, look out. Basham has to dive back down the inside of the 357 to clear him. Makes it through safely.
But hey, don't look now. Here comes Jerry Payne's number 40 car. Jerry Payne now reeling in your leaders.
Lap 97 on the board now. We got a long stretch of green flag here going. We got some good racing now. These guys are really getting it. Tony Conway right there on the bumper of the 35 as they get around the 181.
Tony Conway, we didn't expect this tonight, and I don't think he did either, but here comes Tony Conway trying to make the inside line work. Outside turn number 4. What a battle we have for the number 1 spot. Jerry Payne trying to reel in these two drivers. So we'll see what happens here later in the go, and we finally have some consecutive laps under our belts. We can see what these cars can do.
And looking on back through the field, you see on back here on the backstretch, really congested back over there. We got a car turned around over there. Tyler Payne hits the wall on the inside over there.
Caution flag going to wave for Tyler Payne's number 41. Looks like he can roll that car. As how about Tony Conway? Wow, what a rocket ship after those stage breaks.
Yeah, things have changed around here a little bit, no doubt about it. And I was just mentioning about the crowded backstretch over there, a lot of thick bunch of cars over there, and just as we looked over there, Tyler Payne somehow lost control. He actually hit that little opening over there. You see him there on front row there. He's got some damage there on the left side, or left rear in the back. He may not be able to continue. Looks like he's got major damage there.
But here's what you saw. I mean, Jerry Payne's number 40. He is a winner here at Salem Speedway in the high banks. We haven't talked much about Jerry Payne all afternoon long. And the number 40 machine of Jerry Payne, he is out there in that 3rd spot. Now, when Mike Basham and Tony the Iceman Conway was battling it out, it allowed Jerry Payne in that number 40 to close in. So we're at lap 100. It is official halfway home. The next stage break going to take place at lap number 150. So it'll be a 50-lap dash to that stage break. But we have a battle up on our hands here, Hawk, and it's getting good. If we can see these consecutive stages start to have more green flag laps, we're going to see what these cars can actually do here later going in this race.
And how about it for those veterans, 1, 2, and 3, Michael Basham, Tony Conway, Jerry Payne. They've been through a lot of races through the years, and they are showing their muscles right now, top 3.
So replay on Dirt 2 Media right now. We're kind of looking at that on our broadcast. You can see Mike Basham and Kelly's number 89, which is drove by the number. Well, yeah. Well, luckily, now what we just saw, Tyler Payne on the broadcast, his back end hit the Uke tire over there. That is seeing those Uke tires kind of work to their advantage right now. You saw Mike Basham and Tony Conway battling on the Dirt 2 Media broadcast replay we're looking at right now. And then we just look, and Tyler Payne comes in, turns around, and nope, it wasn't the Uke tire. He actually hit the concrete, but looks like the rear end all messed up on that 41 machine. So we get a good look at the replay, and tough break for Owensboro, Kentucky's Tyler Payne right now. Like Tyler Payne going to rejoin the field. So may not have made it as much damage as we thought, Hawk. And that 41 trying to have a good run here tonight. You can see the green lights on front of the grill. And will he go back in pit road? And he will not. He will stay out on the racing surface. So 101 laps up on the board. 99 laps to go here tonight in the Spooky 200 presented by Red Ball and Recycling. So the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle in front of your field as they're trying to sort the lineups all out and correctly. So Mike Basham, Tony Conway, Jerry Payne, Noah Allison, and Larson's number 87 car. That is your top 5 right now as we run. You know, a lot of these drivers, Hawk, we talked about, we really haven't talked much about them. Daniel Durrett and Paul Hartledge. Look, don't count those two drivers out. They can play the game as better as anybody out there. Keep an eye on them. Jake Wells still out there. Good run by J.T. Huffman. I mean, you have a lot of guys who are staying out of the way. Humphrey, I mean, Zachary Stalker. I mean, the list goes on and on. These drivers, it's all about survival. And we've talked about this and talked about this. You just got to stay out of the way. I mean, the cars that's already went out, over 15 cars went out, well, guess what? Those other cars that's still out there have passed those in position. So that's the key about it with all the money that's up for grabs here tonight in this Spooky 200 event. It's all about survival, and this is exactly what we're seeing. But, man, Tony Conway, we can repeat it all day long. Didn't expect that run from him tonight, but good to see the veteran back out there. So 103 laps upon the board, Hawk. What are we expecting for this last little 50-lap dash? Well, it's going to be less than 50 laps to the next stage break. And then aggression picks up big time, because once that last stage break happens, it's going to be a 50-lap dash to the finish here.
Yeah, we'll see on this restart if these guys up front can keep that pace going like it is. Michael Basham, he's been up front really the whole race, basically, except for the first few laps. He continues to be on that point, but he's been having a lot of pressure earlier. You know, it was Noah Allison on top of him. Now it's Tony Conway. You got Jerry Payne also now closing in on this restart. We'll see where everybody goes on this double-up choose cone lap. They're getting ready to go do that now, so we'll see where everybody falls into place here.
So choose at the flag stand. Going to be interesting to see what happens here. Here we go. The Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle will have lights off next time by. He will scoot down to the inside. He will allow those cars to choose right now. Looks like Basham and Conway going to choose the high side. Jerry Payne is going to be the inside. How about this? We've seen it before from Jerry Payne. He knows what he's doing. We're going to find out. This is going to be a very interesting restart, Hawk Harold Adams.
Yeah, it looks like he almost made that last-second decision. Looked like he was going to go high with everybody else, and he decided, you know what, I'm going to go down the inside. I got a good car right now. Let's go for it.
Yeah, let's see how aggressive he's going to be. How about this now? We're starting to see a little bit of mix. How about the 22X of Billy Heil?
Still out there doing really good, keeping up really well with everybody. He's right up there with the leaders. You see Carter Cook up there, too, having a good run. And don't forget about, there's the 85 of Austin Williams. We haven't talked about him either. Looks like we got everybody settled now. Get them all packed in a little bit. Go green next time around.
So making sure everyone is the correct order, everyone choosed. Now, next time by, we'll see what happens here. We'll see what the race officials do. And I believe the safety crew back there on the back stretch working through something, maybe a little bit of debris. And now looks like they've gotten the all clear, so those Wilcox Towing and Recovery Record Service going to back in, and the safety vehicles are going to make their way back to the pit area. So we should see the one-to-go signal next time by. 106 laps up on the board of the 150 to the stage break. And then one more stage break and then a dash to 200. So here we go. It's going to be very interesting, Hawk Harold Adams, to see how aggressive the number 40 of Jerry Payne is going to be on this restart. Mike Basham, he has led the majority of this event, but we saw Tony Conway came on strong towards the end of that after the stage break. So it's going to be interesting to see how this differs coming up here shortly. One to go signal at the flag stand. Lights go out on the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle. Lights are out. Here we go. Pace vehicle is going to pick up speed here momentarily. Getting ready for the restart yet again. 108 laps to go up on the board next time by. Pace truck picks up speed, getting ready to make the hard left-hand turn into PNC Pit Road. How will Jerry Payne handle this restart? We're going to find out here now for the restart. Coming to the restart zone right now here at Salem Speedway.
Green flag is out. We're back underway. We'll see what Jerry Payne does in the 40. And he falls back a little bit. They're trying to hang on. Now he comes out of turn 2 down the backstretch.
Absolutely, and look back there. Here comes Carter Cooks, number 59. He is up there in the top 10 as well. Here comes Tony Conway. He tries the inside, but Mike Basham gets that run outside turn number 4.
So it's now Michael Basham still back out front. And there's Tony Conway second, and now Jerry Payne into third. There comes Larson into fourth.
Larson moves to the number 4 spot. Right behind him, the battle. Dylan Kalin hung up on the inside. On the high side, going to be Noah Allison's number 24A machine. As they head on down into turns 1 and 2, it's still going to be Mike Basham leading this one.
So they go single foul into turn 3 now. We'll see if anybody wants to make any moves. They just want to ride it out right at this point. Coming around to complete lap number 111. Cars getting together, turns 3 and 4. Looks like everybody's okay. We stay green.
So exiting turns number 2 right now. Down the back straightaway they go. Mike Basham still in head, but Tony Conway trying to make something happen of that. Jerry Payne in that 3rd spot. Now we're trying to get some consecutive laps because we have less than 50 laps left to go into the stage break here at Salem Speedway. Looking on back from there, you have Jerry Payne, Larson, Dylan Kalin, Noah Allison, Marcus Elliott, Carter Cook, and here comes Jerry Payne to the inside of Tony Conway.
And he does make the move, Will. 40 Payne into second place right there.
40 of Payne in that number 2 spot. They head on down to turns 1 and 2. Exiting turns number 2 right now. Down the back straightaway, new second place car, Jerry Payne, like you alluded to. Looking on back from there, a lot of good cars making their way up. And Marcus Elliott, Carter Cook, like we talked about, 2-time winner on the big track. Austin Williams, Kyle Lefevre, Jacob Robertson still doing good as well.
Single foul to turns 1 and 2. Payne now putting pressure on your leader, looking down the inside, down the backstretch.
Here comes Jerry Payne's number 40 now, challenging Mike Basham for the number 1 spot.
He backs out of now as they come out of turn 4 to complete lap number 115. But Jerry Payne definitely looking strong in that 40 machine.
Now, we've seen it. If we have consecutive laps, what's going to happen is it's going to have to maneuver through that. But now you see Jerry Payne lost a lot of ground over first place Mike Basham.
Trouble in turns 1 and 2. A bunch of cars together there up against the inside wall. Caution coming out. About 3 cars getting together over there.
Yeah, I saw that one happen, Hawk, as it happened in turns 1 and 2. A bunch of cars all gaggled up together. And that is, I know, 123 you have of Chuck Freeman involved in that as well. Trying to get a name on the other 2 there, or 3 that's involved. Really can't see over there at the apron. Down at the apron in turns number 2. We'll try to get some Dirt 2 Media to zoom in on that. They are. We appreciate that.
We are looking at the replay on Dirt 2 Media. Those of you on Dirt 2 Media can check it out too. Trying to figure out exactly what went on over there. 3 cars involved initially. One of them got away. Got the other 2 cars still sitting over there. The 123 Freeman. Still can't quite tell who the other car is down over there.
I believe it's a 39 car. Didn't really see him on the registration list, so just tough break for those cars over there. Just kind of all happened at once like we talked about. Just 3 cars got together and nobody had anywhere to go. Just kind of what we've seen every kind of wreck here at Salem Speedway tonight. But now this is going to put even more laps closer to that 150 as you see J.T. Huffman head down to the pit road. 118 laps now up on the board complete. Like we talked about, one more 10-minute break coming up. Then they'll have 50 more laps to settle this one here tonight. So you can see right there on the TV broadcast a real good up-close picture of them trying to get those cars unhooked, and you can really see the banking here at Salem Speedway with the Eddie Gilstrap Motors record. 33-degree banking here at Salem Speedway, opened in 1947. Still going strong here today. Beautiful new scoreboard put up on the back stretch. Looks beautiful as always, so finally got a new scoreboard up. So don't know exactly what the radio communication said. They're going to look at Austin Williams, number 85 car. Don't know if something's wrong on that car or what. But they're just kind of checking that car over. They're going to look at him real close. So the crew's kind of looking and see what's going on with that car, trying to get you the best information possible. So GB says down there on race communication, the 85 looks clear. So tough break for that driver right there. In the 123 of Chuck Freeman and the other incident involved as well. So 119 laps up on the board. We are well over halfway. Mike Basham, does anyone have anything for him? We're seeing some of these cars come to life here over the halfway point.
He's definitely been challenged, but no one been able to get around him yet. Earlier we seen Noah Allison put a lot of pressure on. Then earlier in this session here is Tony Conway. Now Jerry Payne. No one's been able to get around him just yet, so we still got a lot of cars back there that are maybe holding back. Of course, we got this next break coming up at 150, and then it's on after that for that final 50 laps. So still a lot of strategies going on here in the minds of these drivers and pit crews, what they want to do.
So 80 laps now left to go, 80 laps. So now they get the cars off the racing surface. One more check to make sure everything is clear. Don't forget, race fans, tomorrow afternoon, the 35th running of the Halloween 200 presented by Kentuckiana Ford Dealers and the Diesel Boys Great American Stock Car is going to take their main event stage. We haven't talked about this all weekend long, Hawk, but the winner of this race and tomorrow race gets a brand new Crosley jukebox. How about that? That's pretty cool memorabilia to take home with you.
It is a very different type of prize, very, very interesting and unique, so everybody's liking to see that extra little thing there. And as you see there on the front stretch, on the pit road there, you see that's the 29 gauge done. That is one of the cars. We could not quite tell who it was over there, but very clear look at it now. He's on the hook and headed back into his pit area there, and maybe his day is done for the night.
So you saw Austin Williams come down to pit road to the attention of his crew, so something definitely wasn't right possibly on that number 85, so they want to make sure they get everything lined out. Here we are at lap number 121. Well, the question is, you know, we saw a lot of aggression, a lot of carnage in this first 121 laps. How is that last 50-lap dash going to go? That's the key. Will that take the cake? Will it be last man standing, or how do you think that last 50 is going to go? Because you got to pick up aggression. You just have to.
Yeah, like I said earlier, once we get to that point, I think it'll be on after that. Everybody's going to give it everything they got, so we'll just kind of see what they want to throw out there and see where we're at that time. Still got a few more laps here, of course, until we hit the 150, that second break. So we'll see where they shake out after this break here. As you see, they are choosing now, doubling them up. Looks like Payne's going back down to the inside of Basham on that front row.
So here we go, Hawk. 122 laps coming to 123 up on the board next time by. You can see GB there telling them to double up right now as they come across the stripe. Next time by, going to be one more lap to green flag racing. So 2 hours, 45 minutes into this event tonight. And here we go. So Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle picks up speed. Here we go. Less than 30 laps now until the stage break. Pace truck pulls in PNC pit road as we get ready and set for the restart. Mike Basham and Jerry Payne set to lead us to the green flag.
Mike Basham with a good start that time, bolts out into the lead. Tony Conway trying to come along with him there, but there's Jerry Payne, and he's going to go up, yes, he does get into second place. It was a tight fit, but he made it work. Conway has to go back to third.
Jerry Payne now in the number 2 spot once again as they head off down the front straightaway here with 125 laps on the board. 125 laps, 75 laps to go here in tonight's event. Here comes Jerry Payne. Chase Adams into the outside retaining wall. He keeps that car moving along.
He is really going on a slow pace over here. I think he's going to come to a stop. We're going to bring out a caution once again. And we got trouble in turn 4 down here. Look out. Cars were checking up down there in turn 4. A couple of them got together. We'll see who that is there. Almost went into pit road. Has to make a hard right to stay onto the track. And that looks to be, that is Dylan Kalin in the 8.
Yeah, tough break. And we saw it when it happened. Chase Adams just hard into the wall. Don't know if it was a flat tire that pulled him up into the wall, or don't know, just he kind of rolled the wall there. But a lot of damage. You can see smoke off the number 34 right now of Chase Adams. So just at a stop almost to the entrance of turn number 3 over there. So tough break for the number 34 of Chase Adams. Bringing out to our next caution flag, 126 laps up on the board. And then we saw LeMayle down here in turns number 4. And Tony Conway, he was involved. There goes the 89 to pit road right now. Tough break for the Iceman. And Dylan Kalin, a lot of front runners. We didn't expect that to happen over in turns number 4.
Yeah, this is going to shake things up. We'll see how long Tony Conway stays in the pits. If he can hurry up and make an adjustment, get back out there. But he is limping around pretty slowly right now on pit road, so he may be hurt down there in that little skirmish down there, if you will, down there in turn 4. We were keeping our eyes on 34, Chase Adams over there. Did not see exactly what happened.
You can see Chase Adams standing there beside the outside retaining wall. Always tough to be in that predicament.
You know, earlier we've seen Chase Adams in that same spot around turns 1 and 2, grace the wall a little bit, was able to go. This time he hit it a little bit harder, caused some damage, and he's going to have the hook.
So getting everything lined up, it looks like they are going to send the Washington County EMS out. So they're going to check on Chase Adams, number 34 machine, to the outside retaining wall. He made a hard hit over in turns number 2. He kind of rolled the wall from there and stopped to the entrance of turns number 3. But they're going to send the Washington County EMS safety team out to his attention and check on that driver there. Always tough here. Later going in the Crown Vic Spooky 200 presented by Red Ball and Recycling. So going to check on Chase Adams. That is the reason for the red flag here at Salem Speedway. So trying to get all of Chase Adams' family off the racing surface. Making sure our safety crew can get to those drivers. That driver. The Wilcox Towing and Recovery Record Service, Washington County EMS, and, of course, our Impact Safety Team, presented by Safety Clean, to the rescue. They've worked overtime here tonight. There's no doubt about it. 127 laps upon the board of the 200 scheduled. Now we're just 23 laps away from that 10-minute break. That's going to be the last stage break, and that will be the final adjustments as now we see Austin Williams down there on pit road as well. So a lot of variables and tough break for Tony Conway. How about that 89 team? It was doing so good, and then just gets into the wall as well on that number 89. So just take a brief break here just to make sure the driver is okay before we come back and get ready to start the restart.
And it looks like they finally got the Chase Adams 34 machine up on the hook and pulling that up off the track. Safety crew over there, track crew over there, checking out all the debris, make sure everything's cleaned up. We are at a standstill right now, sitting at 127. So as soon as we get everything straightened out, make sure everything's good with the EMS over there, make sure Chase is all right, we'll get the cars back lined up, get them moving. We'll be back underway.
It's lap number 127 up on the board. Like we said, race fans, tomorrow 8 a.m. Yes, that seems so close. I know what you're thinking. 8 a.m. pit's going to open tomorrow morning. Spectator gate's going to open at 10 a.m. in the morning, with racing beginning at 1 p.m. The first race of the day going to be the Legends Series, sponsored by Max Auto and Recycling and Scrap. Legend cars over 15 expected, so that is on the pre-entry list. So we're very excited to have the Legend Series here with us at Salem Speedway. Don't forget about the Red Ball and Recycling Scrapper Division. Expected over 25 of those. Always fun to see the scrappers here. And then, of course, the main event. Introductions for the Halloween 200, the Diesel Boys Great American Stocks, and then the 200, the 35th running of the Halloween 200 tomorrow. For the Great American Stocks, presented by Kentucky and Ford dealers, NOS Energy Drink here at Salem Speedway. So it looks like Washington County EMS still over there attending Mr. Chase Adams, as the Impact Safety Team, presented by Safety Clean, on the track working through that debris. Like we said, it was a hard lick for Chase Adams. He went up against the turn 2 wall and kind of rode the backstretch wall down to the 109th ARCA race sign. And as soon as we get an update, we'll give you great fans an update as well here in the booth at Salem Speedway. So just on a brief delay here, red flag condition out on the speedway for Chase Adams' number 34 car. We appreciate your cooperation and patience. And, of course, race fans, we can't do 2023 alone. Of course, our feature sponsors, Kentucky and Ford Dealers 35th Annual Halloween 200, Red Ball Recycling, Doss Energy Drink, Mike's Muffler and Brakes for the Crown Vics on the High Banks. On-site plumbing, heating, and air. We can't do it without them for their sponsorship for the Short Track Series. Max Auto and Scrap Recycling for coming on board as the title sponsor of the Legend Series this year. A lot of official sponsors as well. Hoosier, the official racing tire. Sunoco Race Fuels, the official fuel of Salem Speedway. PPG, the official paint products. Ace Hardware of Salem, the official hardware store. Eddie Gilstrap Motors, the official pace truck provider. Salem Rental, the official rental company. NOS Energy Drink, the official energy drink. Jacoby Sells, the official outdoor power equipment provider. Impact Rescue Tools, the official rescue tools. And Bad Boy Mowers, the official mower of the Salem Speedway. Want to thank a lot of our corporate sponsors: Tumbleweed, Jasper Group, Derby City Recycling, Hughes Taylor Funeral Home, O'Reilly Auto Parts, P3 Graphics, Pro Crafters, Property Scope, Centra Credit Union, Rapid Fired Pizza, Jolted Cow, Mid-Southern Savings Bank, and Mangus Remodeling. We thank all of our corporate sponsors for 2023. We also want to thank all of our contingency sponsors for coming on board. 5-Star Race Car Bodies will sponsor the 5-Star Race Car Bodies Hard Charger Award, which will be a $75 product certificate to the driver advancing the most positions from the scheduled starting spot. Holly Performance Parts will award the 1st, 5th, and 10th place finishers with a $50 product certificate. Comp Cams will award a $75 product certificate to the 3rd place and 6th place finishers. TCI Automotive will award a $50 product certificate to the team winning a $25 product certificate to the team finishing 2nd. 1820 Fabrication will award the driver still running at the end of the race and improves their position with the most a $500 product certificate. We thank all of our 2023 marketing partners here at Salem Speedway in 2023. So Chase Adams getting evaluated still by the Washington County EMS over there in turns number 3. As soon as we get an update, we will provide you great fans with that. That is the holdup right now on the racing surface. So looks like Chase Adams hit the wall so hard that there is a crack in the turn 2 wall. So they were looking at that. So he hit the wall a ton over there. So they were looking at the crack that happened in the wall over there in turns number 2, and that is why we were kind of holding up just a little bit. Not going to delay the race or anything like that. Just going to pull away. So like we said, we're still getting an evaluation on Chase Adams, the driver of the number 34 in the Washington County EMS. As pit gates, again, open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And if we keep going this way, we might as well camp out here, Hawk Harold Adams.
Yeah, it won't be long. We'll be saying pits. The pits will be opening up just a little bit later on today.
I tell you, we knew it was going to be rugged. We knew it was going to be tough. 127 laps. A red flag comes out. We want to make sure all the drivers are A-OK. We're just awaiting on the official word from race control. Once again, we do appreciate you great fans for sticking with us and your patience. Looks like all safety team is getting in place again. Cars begin to move. 127 laps of the 200 now complete. Getting ever so close to the next stage break, and that will be a 50-lap shootout at the end of that one. So looks like the EMS is going to be back in its position. We wish the best for Chase Adams. Hope that driver is okay here tonight. So you see Dylan Kalin's number 8 making his way down pit road. So next time going to be double up and choose. Double up and choose next time by. The call is. So here we go. 23 laps. 23 laps into the stage break.
All right, the choose is on. Payne going to stay on that outside behind Basham. Looks like Larson's going to go to the inside and pull up next to Michael Basham. Noah Allison in that 24, still in the mix. Has been a little quiet this session. He's going to be on the inside of row 2. And as I said, Payne will be on the outside of row 2. Row 3, you got Marcus Elliott now back up into the mix. He's on the board in 5th in that 20 machine. And there's the 22X Billy Heil up in the row 3 on the inside with a very good run.
Yes, indeed. Going to be interesting here for the restart. 127 laps upon the board at 23 laps. Can we get there? Can we get there, Hawk? That is the question. Will this race lead into the stage break under yellow, or will it finish under green? So we're going to figure it out here in 23 laps or so. Mike Basham, Jerry Payne, Larson in that 87 machine. Here we go. So lights are out on the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Pace vehicle. Down the back straightaway he will go, leading this field in tow. 127 laps upon the board, 23 laps until the stage break. Lights are out around the Speedway. Here we go, Hawk. Let's see if we can get some consecutive laps in as the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle picks up speed. He'll make the hard left-hand turn into PNC Pit Road once again here tonight. And here we go to the restart.
All right, cars picking up speed now coming out of 4. Green flag is out. We are back underway. Larson with the good start on the inside of that 87 going into turn 1. Really good. He's going to try to clear Michael Basham down the backstretch. Michael Basham, and he clears him. We got a new leader in the 87.
Larson now in front. This is the first time tonight we've seen another person except Mike Basham in front now. So how about Larson's number 87?
And here comes Noah Allison back trying to get back into the mix. He backs off of it a little bit. Payne back to 4th. Marcus Elliott 5th.
So Jeremy Larson now in lead with 129 laps upon the board. Noah Allison right behind him. Carter Cook slowing down as well. Tough break for that young man. All around the racetrack. Down the back straightaway we go as Carter Cook's going to pull the 59M PNC Pit Road. So 20 laps to go before the stage break.
20 laps to go, yes. Jeremy Larson now leading the way with Michael Basham settling second. Noah Allison third. Those top three right there trying to pull away a little bit. On back there, you still got Jerry Payne, Marcus Elliott, and there's Daniel Durrett in the mix now in the 05.
Yellow flag out for a melee. Big problems as Hagan goes around and making contact after the yellow flag, and now Chris Hagan Jr. goes around and collects Chuck Freeman. So another melee here. But how about Jeremy Larson now? The 87, this is the first time we've seen someone besides Mike Basham up on the point now, Hawk.
Yeah, had a really good run. Had that inside, decided to go to the inside on that choose cone, made it work. But now another caution. Well, I'm not sure exactly what the initial caution was for, but then we've seen a bunch of cars get together there in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, the 357 and Chuck Freeman's 123, they came together after the caution flag. And that is the reason, I guess. So we'll see what happens here. But now 132 laps. We will go back green flag before the stage break. That is no doubt. But we didn't get far. We knew, once we get to this 150 lap mark, we'll see what happens. But yes, we haven't talked much about it. Daniel Durrett 05, he is up there in the mix. So keep an eye on a lot of these later going running cars. Paul Hartledge as well in the 68 machine. As the number 7 of Daniel Frick going to come down pit road as well in the Frick Concrete entry. There's Tony Conway back out there. Good to see James Micasell back out there as well. Both dirt guys, Stalker and Huffman, doing well as well. So a lot of different storylines coming into this one. 133 laps up on the board. Next time by will be 134. So going to be 15 or less when we go back to green flag before the stage break.
So we'll get everything situated here and get ready for the choose cone lap here momentarily. Now things have kind of flipped a little bit on this. We'll see what Michael Basham wants to do. We'll see if he wants to go to the inside of Jeremy Larson or if he'll stay on the outside.
Definitely going to be interesting to see now tonight. Mike Basham, will he choose high, will he choose low? Jeremy Larson, the only car I've ever seen, well, in the race for sure tonight, but made the inside work. And that's speaking a lot. We talked about that 87 earlier today in practice. He was fast. He was all top 5 all the way through practice and qualifying trim. So it'll be interesting to see, but don't count out that 24 running third right now.
Yeah, like I say, he's been kind of quiet during this session, but after that last restart, he kind of come alive again. So that car kind of coming back into it. And even though he wasn't as strong as before, he's never really dropped out of the top 5. There you see Carter Cook now getting back on the track. He had a good run, too. One of those cars that were kind of laying back a little bit. I don't know if he had a flat tire or what, but he is back out on the track now, pulling back into the rear of the field. I don't believe they are ready yet for the choose cone lap. Still making sure everything is good through the field. Still a lot of cars out there on the track. Bumping a little bit on the backstretch there. I think everything's good. And you see Carter Cook still rolling around here. He may be coming back into the pit area. And yes, indeed, 59 Carter Cook back into the pit area, down pit road. So he had a pretty good smooth run up until this point. Now all of a sudden things are kind of falling apart for the 59.
So here we go. Next time by, going to be the double up and choose. So this will be very interesting to see what happens here. Pretty much guaranteed, I could be wrong, Larison's going to choose the high side. It'll be interesting to see what happens from second place on back. This is the first time, really, that Mike Basham is going to have to choose here when he's not the leader. So here we go. Pace truck pulls to the inside. And, oh, there it is. Mike Basham is going to the inside. Now, this could be good and this could be bad for Mike Basham. because guess who's going to have the outside advantage? Noah Allison. So this could get very interesting quick. What do you think about the gamble?
Yeah, I kind of figured he might. You know, it worked the other way around, so he figures I can do the same thing. I'm going to get down on this inside. I'm going to get the good run. I'm going to get this lead back. So a good shuffling, good battle up front there right now. And as you say, Noah Allison on the outside of the row 2, and there's Marcus Elliott on the inside of row 2.
Well, I know Noah Allison is chomping at the bit right now. He likes that decision. He's going to be aggressive. It's kind of like Daytona and NASCAR. He's going to be pushing that number 87 machine. So we're going to see next time by. Lights are going to be out. 1 lap to go. 37 laps. 137, that is. 13 laps from the stage break. The lights are out. Here we go. How aggressive is Noah Allison going to be in the outside row number 2? You got Jerry Payne out there as well, too, in row number 3. But now, if you're Mike Basham, you're going to have to be on your A game on this restart.
Going to be a very tricky restart indeed. Showing 137 on the board, so we got like a 13-lap shootout till that next break at the 150 mark. So these guys want to assert themselves here right now and see where they land on this next break, and then it'll be on after that.
Here we go. Eddie Gilstrap Motors picks up speed. How will this restart unfold? This could be the most important restart so far that we've seen.
Mike Basham now looking for a good start. Green flag's out. Here they go. Jeremy Larson with a good run down the front stretch. And there's Noah Allison right there with him.
Yep, this is exactly what we thought was going to happen. Noah Allison takes the high side. Don't think that was a good decision by Mike Basham.
Basham now back to third as they come around out of 4 to complete lap 139. It's Michael Basham with Noah Allison right on his bumper.
Noah Allison all over the back bumper of Jeremy Larison right now. That is your top 3 cars. Mike Basham in that 3rd spot now. That off down the back straightaway. Once again, they'll have 10 more laps. 10 laps until the stage is over.
Noah Allison taking a peek to the inside. Goes back in behind Michael Basham. Larson still a good strong 3rd. On back there you got Jerry Payne 4th. And there's Daniel Durrett 5th. And Marcus Elliott 6th.
So there they go outside, turn number 4 down the front straightaway. 9 laps to go until the stage is over. This will lead us as beating and banging through the back of the field here, going down the back straightaway, front straightaway. Down the back straightaway they go. Your leaders all single file. Here comes Daniel Durrett. Daniel Durrett right now in that 5th spot.
I would say Daniel Durrett feeling pretty good about his position right now. He's been quiet, but he is right there and in the top 5 on the board. He's looking to the inside of Payne now.
Him and Jerry Payne have had some incredible battles over the years here at Salem Speedway on the big track. 2 of the front runners when this series started. Tough break for number 194 of Brian Whalen. Sounds like that car going into limp mode right now. As the battle is for the number 1 spot, Jeremy Larison and Noah Allison with 7 laps to go before the stage break.
Top 2 cars looking strong, pulling away a little bit for Michael Basham. Noah Allison again takes a peek to the inside. He's right there looking.
Turn 2, 1 car hard into the wall, and that is Tharp's number 3T, and that's going to bring us to the caution flag. And big problems on the back straightaway.
That involves Jeremy Larson over there.
Maybe Mike Basham got part of it. Oh, boy.
I do not see Basham on the track, so he's probably involved in that too.
Mike is involved in it. Absolutely all of your leaders. Wow.
Noah Allison did get through that. He is over in turns 3 and 4, so he has no damage at all to his car.
You talk about a game changer right now. Jerry Payne, this is a game changer.
We'll see how they sort that out. Now, they was over there, crashed already. The caution came out, so we'll see what happens. They came over. Not a whole lot of damage, you hope. But you see Jerry Payne, he's also over there.
So Jeremy Larison going to pull away in that number 87. We'll let race control sort this one among themselves. As on the Dirt 2 Media replay, there you go. You can see the leaders had nowhere to go and just run right into it. So, as you can see, there you go. Those of you at home watching on Dirt 2 Media, you can see the leaders just, there we go. It happened so fast. Noah Allison saw it. He cut down to the inside, and Larison and Mike Basham had nowhere to go from the replay. So that is the reason for the caution flag. And the secondary, if you will.
Larson running into the side of, is that Kyle Lefevre maybe over there that he run into? Kind of hard to tell. See the 57 over there. Now, a lot of the cars now moving away. We'll see what happens. Anybody has to go to the pit area or not.
Lee and Kyle Lefevre, or Rissinger, I believe. That's one of the team cars for them. So, tough break for those drivers. We'll get it all situated, sorted out. And that was Darren Rissinger. In that 118. So those cars pulling away. We'll let them get it all sorted out here at Salem Speedway. So 6 laps shy of the stage break here tonight. So we're hanging out with you fans. It's going to be a long one. We're right here with you. But man, this has been an adventure, Hawk. I mean, it's attrition, right? I mean, and you got to survive. And this has been showing the attrition of these drivers. Anything at any time can happen.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a couple race breaks in this event, but these are some long stretches between those breaks, and these guys are in there, and it's becoming a real hard thing to stay focused, and it's a real test of your endurance, physically and mentally.
Well, here's another thing. If there was fluid down, which I think it's a quick cleanup, so don't know if fluid's down, but which car did it come from? I don't know. I mean, Mike Basham and Larison did hit pretty hard. It brought the trunk up on Mike Basham's car. So is that car the same? I don't know. It's a lot of work to do. 6 laps shy of this stage break. Those crews are going to have to look these cars over, make sure they put the right adjustments on them. But we're going to find out here 6 laps at the stage break.
Basically speaking, most of the cars are able to pull away on their own, except for, you see right now, it looks like Reisinger over there getting a push from the wrecker.
So the caution flag was for Ricky Tharp's number 3 T machine. He was down at the apron, down in turns number 2 on the replay we saw. And then just another thing happened with Darren Rissinger and the number 57 of Chris Lee, and that's when Larison and Mike Basham had nowhere to go. So the word from race control, they're not going to go to 150. They're going to go on and do the stage break now. So that is called from stage break on race control. That is what we're hearing over the radio. So that is the message we're sending to you all. So that will help these drivers out, that's for sure. So they will go back under yellow flag conditions. One minute horn has sound. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. If you're not out there in 1 minute, you're going to start on the tail end. So Hawk Harold Adams, here we go. Getting ready and set. Getting ready and set. For the last 56 laps tonight, this is going to be interesting. The Eddie Gilstrap Motorspace vehicle pulls out. So what do you expect last 56 laps here?
Well, we expect this session here to be the most raciest one. Everybody's going to give it their A game here. Whatever they got, whatever they've been saving up for, this is it right here. They've set themselves up for this last session. It was supposed to be 50 laps. It's 56, pretty close. But and it's been such a long race, you know, very grueling on these guys mentally and physically, as I said earlier. So it's really been a test to their endurance. And so they've got to give it their all. They've got a long stretch here still, and things are really going to get intense up front. So these guys have got to stay focused, and it's going to be a really awesome race, I think, to the finish again, just like last year.
Yeah, you got to stay cool and green, and that's going to do it. I mean, you know, you look at all this, and we're going to see who's going to make the call to get back out here. You see Mike Basham, there he is in the number 35. He makes his way back out. So a lot of different drivers. Looks like Larison doesn't have much damage on the 87. Of course, we saw Noah Allison. He made the inside move. He avoided that situation. So is his car going to be better than the rest? That's going to be what we're going to watch here in the later going of this event. 56 laps, of course, 2022. Jake Wells picked up the win in the inaugural Spooky 200 for the MR Heating and Air Crown Vics that was last year. This year being sponsored by Mike's Muffler and Brakes. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we're seeing cars still coming out, and I don't know if the deadline has passed where they cannot get back to their spot. I know I've seen Billy Heil in the 22X getting held up back there, so we'll see. Also, Michael Basham in the 35. Do we see the 35? We'll see what happens once they get everybody sorted out and up where they need to be, or we see some cars get penalized for coming out late. Of course, you see the ambulance now making their way back out here, so they were holding up the cars for that. So a bit of relief for some of the fans for the cars that were back there, wondering if they were going to be able to make it up there or not. So everybody's feeding their way up here now, get them all sorted out, put where they need to be. There's Michael Basham in the 35. You see him back out there.
Yeah, a lot of four-tire changing on the tires. Of course, that's how you do it here. You got to put 4 new sets of tires on there. So going to go back under yellow, going to get the ambulance put back in place down at turns number 4. So 56 laps to go here tonight in the Spooky 200 presented by Red Ball and Recycling. So now, here's what we have to watch for. On this restart, those cars that were involved in that melee, how are they going to act? How are they going to handle? That's going to be the question. We see a lot of rear-end damage on the right side and left side of the 35 machine. A little bit of scratched-up damage on Larison's number 87. Did that affect anything internally? We don't know. We'll have to find out and see. The one who got by clean was number 24A of Noah Allison. That is kind of the move of the race. You know, he came around turns number 2. He dived it down to the inside. That was probably help of his spotter. That's why they're on the roof here. It's very important in this race. But now you have other drivers back through the field we haven't talked much about, including the ones with the flags on the car. And you know who I'm talking about. Gambler's Garage Crew. You have Daniel Durrett, the last full year of racing for him. 68 of Paul Hartledge out there. You have John Lister out there. You have also Jake Wells out there. You have a lot of different variables out here. So this is going to be very interesting. The storylines, Marcus Elliott's number 20 out there as well. Always a tough competitor. So here we go.
We'll be able to find out for sure here pretty soon if some of those cars back further have held back and saved something good for this last session. Still got a lot of good cars up front here, and it's going to be a good battle. This field has thinned out quite a bit from the beginning of the race. Obviously, still a lot of cars, so they're still going to run into some lap traffic if we get long stretches of green flags.
Well, that's the key. You got to have long stretch of green flag runs here tonight. Jeremy Larison in that number 87, Noah Allison and Mike Basham. They've been the class of the field all night long. Jerry Payne and Daniel Durrett. Those two have battled in 2022 by riding tooth and nail with the big track wins.
You know, we talked about Noah Allison in the 24. At the beginning of that second session, he wasn't really all that strong, or he was just holding back a little bit. He got stronger as the race went on. So now he's had a chance, as you said, he escaped all that melee on the backstretch. We'll see if he made any adjustments too. I look for him to make a very strong run here on this final stretch, as he is going to start out in second. We're going to do the choose cone here soon. We'll see where he decides to go.
So what we're waiting on, race fans, is, of course, the family of Chase Adams to move across the track. He was transported to a local facility, so Chase Adams will be transported to the local medical facility for further evaluation. So they're waiting on the family of Chase to get across the track, which is rightfully so. So that is the reason for the delay here. So our thoughts and prayers go out to Chase Adams. Hopefully everything is A-OK on that number 34 driver. Our thoughts and prayers are with him. But he is being transported to a local medical facility. Devin McKinsley makes his way back out in the 10M machine. So they're just waiting to get them transported across the track. That way they can get to the hospital as well. So that is the holdup. We appreciate your cooperation and patience. So 2 to go at the line and choose is the call. 2 to go at the line and choose this time by. 2 to go at the line and choose this time by. Here we go, Hawk. What's going to happen here?
Well, we're going to find out right this time around, see what's going to happen, see what Noah Allison wants to do in that 24. If he wants to stay on that high side or dip down on the inside of Jeremy Larson in the 87. Let's choose cone time right now. And there goes Noah Allison to the outside. Basham going to stay on the outside. There comes Jerry Payne in the 40. He said, I'll take that inside front row.
And Daniel Durrett as well. So this is going to get very interesting. So here we go. We knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. 3 fast cars on the inside, 3 fast cars on the outside. Brian Whalen doing a good job out there with that engine, kind of limp mode, but he's staying out of the way, and he's still out there, that's for sure. Coming to the 1 to go signal this time by, next time by, going to be green flag racing. We do not count caution laps at this point. 1 to go at the line. Here we go.
And Will, looks like we got 34 cars starting this last session. 56 laps to finish it out now.
So almost half the field left to go. Half the field has went out. So here we go. Eddie Gilstrat Motors Pace vehicle is going to pick up speed, getting ready for the restart. Here we go. Jeremy Larison going to lead us to the green flag. Noah Allison right behind him. How's the inside line going to go? Here we go, Hawk. Lead us to the green flag.
All right, looking for a good start this time as they bunch up coming out of 4, looking for the green flag. Green flag is out. We are back underway with this last session of the Spooky 200.
And what a start for Larison's number 87 machine. He'll enter turns 1 and 2. Here's Jerry Payne on the inside trying to get something going on for the number 87 machine. Everyone else, Daniel Durant on the inside too. Noah Allison. How much will they wait until they move up in front of those fields? So the outside line on a train right now, as it's still Jeremy Larison's number 87 machine. So we're still good. Don Fassett goes around, but we're still green flag. We're going to stay under green flag conditions. 45 laps, 145 laps upon the board complete. Oh, big problems. Oh, Jerry
no.
Payne into the wall. Big crash. Big crash, and there is the big one.
Look out, we've still got cars trying to get through there. We've got all kinds of trouble. They're trying to get to Jerry Payne in the 40. His car looks very, very damaged. So they're checking on the well-being of that driver and a bunch of other drivers. That was a nasty one.
And Basham involved. This is what we talked about. We knew the big one was going to happen. And Jerry Payne gets put in the outside wall, and there it happened. Everyone behind him had nowhere to go. Everyone behind him had nowhere to go. And this is a big-time difference maker because this is tough break for a lot of these front runners. You can see the inside wall there on pit road. Hard hit there as well. But, man, Jerry Payne, that car just totaled. Hope that driver is okay.
Yeah, he definitely took the worst of that. We've seen him get turned up into the wall, which was a very nasty hit right down there.
Replay coming, and there it is. We see the replay, and looks like Mike Basham made contact with Jerry Payne, and that's what went into the outside wall. So it looked like the 35 and 40 of Jerry Payne on the replay get together. And, oh, Marcus Elliott taps the back of the 35 of Basham. So that is what the kind of melee showed on the instant replay. So going to rewind that and look at the tape here so you can see the 20 pushing up on the high side and just bammed right there, and Basham got loose, goes into Jerry Payne and hard into the outside turn 4 outside retaining wall. So tough break and nowhere else for anybody to go from there on out. And so that is what we're seeing on the Dirt 2 Media instant replay. This no driver had anywhere to go at that point behind them. And we talked about the big one. It was coming. And Jerry Payne out of the car. And Mike Basham going to come over and give him a hug as well. So those two great competitors. And I know them in the pit. They'll give each other a hug. Let's give them a round of applause. Two great veteran competitors of our sport. Just nowhere to go. And, you know, no fault to Marcus Elliott's own either. You know, he was just bump drafting back there. It was just a racing deal. And that's what exactly happened and started all of this melee. So there we go. So we talked about it, Hawk, the big one. When will it happen? Is it going to happen? And it happened in a big fashion. Because every driver who got through that's on that back straightaway, they're the lucky dogs in this one because they are out of that melee.
Yeah, that's something we expected there at the beginning of the race, the first half of the race anyway. And we've seen some little different situations going on. Not too bad of wrecks, but this one here, pretty bad one, the worst one of the evening, taking out some good cars. Good to see everybody up and out of their cars safely, it appears. I believe we got everybody all right. A lot of damage, though, done to a lot of cars on that one.
Yeah, you see the wall down on pit road and just nowhere to go. And you see the number 40 right here. That is a totaled car. Going to need a whole clip and everything in that number 40 car. Just a racing deal, but tough competitors being taken out into this one. Just making sure all the drivers are A-OK. And look at Mike Basham's car. Very tough car there. But the inside wall, what they're talking about here, is just kind of demolished there a little bit. So So red flag conditions comes out right now, just waiting for the mess to be cleaned up here. So Mike Basham going to be pulled down to the record service. And Kyle Lefevre there, we talked to him earlier today. So tough break for that. So just sorting this one out. So 145 laps, and this has just been a wild one. We expected it, Hawk Harold Adams.
Oh, yeah. So looking like 145 on the board at this point. We said in this last session everybody would be really racing hard. So those guys really battling for position out there. You see the track crew now trying to clean up the mess here. A lot of fluid on the track now down here on the front stretch, so that's going to be another thing to look out for. Still got some cars here that need to hook. Don't really have enough wreckers at the moment to get them all at once, so one by one we'll get them off the track, and race officials also will get the lineup sorted out after all that mess.
So definitely the Eddie Gilstrap safety team, Impact Rescue safety team, having a lot to do here tonight at Salem Speedway. Definitely putting in their hours here tonight. So we can't say this enough. Thank you for all of you fans for sticking it out with us tonight. No, it's not the best temperature out there, but man, what a shakeup of events here. Later going in this one, and once we sort it all out and everything gets back underway here, 55 laps to this one's finished up here tonight. So looking at the drivers who got by, and which very well maneuvering around that. Larison, you got Marcus Elliott. He got by. Daniel Durrett. Dylan Kalen over there got by. Billy Howe, great run by the 22X machine. Sage is number 20 back there as well. But how about Brian Whalen? I mean, I can't say enough. He's never been on the big track. He's went into limp mode. He's been out of the way. He's been staying out of the way, and that's how you do it. I mean, just to get you a good finish here tonight.
All right, looks like they got the wall in place good enough. Still working on the track here, blowing it off a little bit, trying to make it raceable, if you will. So we're going to start moving the cars up a little bit. We're going to sort this out and see where we stand, see what cars we lost, and see where everybody's at. We do know, as you see on the board, Jeremy Larson is your leader in the 87, and Noah Allison is second in the 24. So those top two cars were ahead of all that melee, so your top two cars came away unscathed, but everybody else will have to see what kind of condition they are in, who's left, who's not, who's running good. You see a lot of dust being blown up down there. So the track and the walls around here for this race have been really taking a beating, and we're not done yet. Just wonder what's going to happen here. We're probably going to have a pretty good race to the finish here. But we have lost quite a few of the heavy hitters that we've seen up there throughout the race. Most notably, of course, the 35, Michael Basham, had run in the lead for several laps. So at least he did get a lot of the lap money, lap sponsor money. Of course, we've seen Jerry Payne with a strong run there in that since the first break. But he is definitely out in the infield there. You see the crew over there checking it out, see how much damage there is. I'm sure they're not too happy about what they're seeing there. But as we see them lined up single file now, Jeremy Larson is your leader in the 87. Noah Allison is second in the 24. Third now is Marcus Elliott in the 20. And there's Daniel Durrett being up there fourth in the 05, and then rounding out the top five looks like John Lister in the 45.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, the top five right now, you look at all of those guys, they can all win it. You look at Larison and Noah Allison. Marcus Elliott having a great run tonight in the number 20. Beautiful black and green machine out there. Always good to see Marcus out there. Daniel Durrett, you always have to think he's going to be in the mix no matter where you're at on the big track. And John Lister's number 45. Your top five right now all could win this thing. But how about Billy Howe doing a great job? I mean, there's so many that are doing a great job tonight by staying out of the way. And like I said, they're over 4 hours now on this in the car. You have to stay clean. I mean, emotionally drained, mentally drained, trying to work around this field. And a lot of those cars involved in that race back out there. You have Jacob Robertson back out there as well. So good to see that number 91 make it back out. So this is going to be interesting to see how this last 55 laps goes here tonight.
And Will, they are doing the choose cone right there. You see Marcus Elliott in the 20 going down to the inside now of your leader, the 87, Jeremy Larson. Noah Allison going to stay on that outside on the bumper of your leader. Looks like on the inside, row 2, you've got Daniel Durrett down there. Row 3, John Lister is going to be on the outside. And that appears to be Dylan Kalen in the 8. He is back up into the mix.
Yeah, don't count out Dylan Kalen. There's a lot of drivers. Look, now Marcus Elliott has the inside front row. How aggressive will Marcus be in that number 20 car? So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes now as we get ready and set to go for the restart. So yellow flag still out on the Speedway.
All right, the next time around, they'll give them the one to go on the next time around. I know they're trying to work this track in a little bit. A little messy here on the front stretch, as you can imagine. So we'll give them another time around, I believe. We'll see. And then we'll give them one to go as they come across the stripe. 145 laps in the books, 55 to go. So what's going to happen here on out?
So one to go at the line, this time by Jeremy Larison, still on point. Noah Allison, got Marcus Elliott up there now in the mix. Marcus didn't know how 2022 was going to go, he told me earlier. He said he saw how well it went, so he had to be in it in 2023. So here we go. Hawk Harold Adams, what do you think? 55 laps to go here tonight in the Spooky 200 presented by Red Ball and Recycling.
I say we go for the 55 laps green and clean the rest of the way. What do you think?
We're going to find out. Lights are out on the pace truck. Here we go, getting ready and set for the restart. 145 laps upon the board, 55 laps until this race is in the books and complete. Pace truck picks up speed. Here we go, Hawk, to the green flag.
All right, field bunches up, picks up speed around turns 3 and 4. Looking good for a green flag start. We're back underway. Here we go.
Back underway indeed. Here we go down the front straightaway into turns number 1 and 2. As
Marcus Elliott with a good start there, Will. Look at that, bolting out into the lead, that number 20.
Marcus Elliott now on point. How about it for the number 20 team? Oh, gets a little bit of a bump from Larison. So the new leader, Marcus Elliott, now on point. How about that for the number 20 team?
Lead his first laps of the evening. Larson back to say it. Noah Allison third. There's Daniel Durrett fourth and Dylan Kalin fifth. There's your top 5.
Everyone working around the Speedway right now. Good battle up front. Brian Whalen going to stay out of the way. Single file from there on back to maybe the top 10. 147 up on the board. 3 laps. We'll have 50 laps to go.
Larson looked to the inside a little bit there. Didn't make it happen that time. Tucks in back behind Marcus Elliott, keeping the pressure on. There's Daniel Durrett sneaking up there close to Noah Allison in a battle for third.
That is the battle. 148 up on the board. Gaggle of cars to the back, just trying to stay out of trouble at this point. Here comes Larison on the inside of Marcus Elliott, trying to battle for the number 1 spot. Noah Allison in that 3rd spot. Here comes Daniel Durrett, the top 4 cars breaking away from 5th place, Dylan Kalin.
Yeah, Larson really looking to the inside, trying to get around that 20 car. Couldn't make it happen. There he goes looking again out of 1 into 2.
Yeah, good battle right now. Next time by, going to be 50 more laps, 50 more circuits next time by around Salem Speedway.
Look out, maybe a little contact that time, 1st and 2nd. Marcus Elliott on the outside now, takes advantage of it, pulls out ahead. Noah Allison now trying to get on that high side of Larson.
Here comes Larison to the inside, side by side. They're beating and banging, and Larison's going to take over the number 1 spot. Here comes Noah Allison as well. He'll take over the number 2 spot.
Wow, so Marcus Elliott falls back to 3rd with that little move right there. And Larson really aggressive right now, back up front.
No doubt, Jeremy Larison. He's out front right now. Noah Allison in the number 2 spot. Marcus Elliott, Daniel Durrett, and Dylan Kalin still as Person going to take that 77 to PNC Pit Road right now as everyone's trying to stay out of trouble here and later in the running with less than 50 laps to go.
One into turn 3, your leaders now. Jeremy Larson trying to open up a little bit of breathing room there between him and Noah Allison. They come across to complete 153.
Daniel Durrett trying to battle with Marcus Elliott for the number 3 spot. That'll be for the podium spot right now for Daniel Durrett as he's trying to go to the inside of Marcus Elliott down the back straightaway.
And around turns 3 and 4, your leader's going to see a little bit of lap traffic this time, completing lap 154. But Larson looking strong in that 87.
Jeremy Larison, Noah Allison, and Marcus Elliott. Now Larison has to be careful. He's behind the number 81 team. And close call there. Larison's going to slip back up in front of Noah Allison, but Noah Allison's going to now go to the inside.
They're side by side across the stripe that time. Noah Allison on the inside. They're coming up on some more lap traffic as well, but Noah Allison trying to hang on that inside down the backstretch to go.
Problems over in turns 3 and 4 right now, as yellow flag will come out for the number 57 of Chris Lee as he goes around turns 3 and 4. He'll gather it back up. So the 57 machine of Chris Lee going to bring out the yellow flag. As what a battle we were having there with Larison and Marcus Elliott's number 20.
Yeah, some good battling there. Good green flag racing right there, but another caution coming out. 156 laps shown on the board, but we are definitely seeing some good racing. At 87, Jeremy Larison really looking strong out there, being very aggressive, but now Noah Allison starting to turn on the heat too.
Yeah, also good run out there from Marcus Elliott's number 20, showing some speed here later on in the going for the number 20 team. Then you have Daniel Durrett and Dylan Kalen. Dylan Kalen been doing good tonight, staying most of the night into the top 5. But like we talked about, looking on back from there, John Lister, Billy Heil back there as well in the 22X machine. So going to be interesting once we get them all stacked up and lined up here in this Crown Vic event, as we are now well into Sunday morning. So just so you know, Harold, that pit gates open today at 8 a.m. So there you go.
Sounds good to me. I mean, we might as well just keep all the equipment on and everything, just keep it all nice and warm for us.
You might as well. 157 up on the board. 43 laps to go in this Crown Vic Red Ball and Recycling Spooky 200 here at Salem Speedway.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We're going to see some good racing the rest of the way here. They've been really battling hard up front. It's come down to this now. We're at lap 157. And I think you really have to keep an eye on that 05 Daniel Durrett. I think he is one to watch there. We'll see if he can make a move up front and battle with those guys. Of course, Marcus Elliott really took advantage of being on the inside, had a good start, got that lead, but then the 87 got it right back.
So going to have 2 to go at the line and double up. So this is the choose this time by. We'll come back around for 1 to go at the line. So Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace Vehicle going to pull down to the inside. And here we go.
Oh, looks like Noah Allison go down to the inside. Marcus Elliott to the outside. There's Daniel Durrett going to the inside. So there you have it. Noah Allison, he's going to challenge Larison on that front row.
So here we go. 1 to go at the line. 2 by 2 down the back straightaway they go. Next time by, lights will be out on the Pace Vehicle. So here we go at the line. This time by, lights are going to be out around the Pace Vehicle. So that signifies 1 more lap till we go back green flag racing here. Lights are out. So Jeremy Larison, how about that story coming into tonight's racing event? I mean, we didn't know much about that car or him, but he is showing some speed here tonight. Good to see Jeremy out front. But you got a lot of cars behind him still vouching for this win tonight. Noah Allison, Marcus Elliott, Daniel Durrett, Dylan Kalen, the list goes on and on. Tony Conway back out there battling. So here we go. Lights are out on the Pace Vehicle. Coming to the green. 40, I believe it's going to be 41 laps to go when we come back to the green flag race. So here we go. Hawk Harold Adams getting ready. Pace Vehicle is going to pick up speed. He'll make the hard left-hand turn, and we're getting ready for the restart.
All right, we'll see what Noah Allison has for Jeremy Larison on that inside of that front row. As they bump a little bit, coming out of 4, green flags out. Here we go. And Larson with a good run down the front stretch. Takes the lead for sure. Noah Allison on the outside. There's Daniel Durrett right there, third. Marcus Elliott, fourth.
So now Daniel Durrett breaks into the podium of top three now in that 05 machine. So Jeremy Larson, Noah Allison, and Daniel Durrett, your top three cars, coming to lap number 161 here tonight.
Daniel Durrett taking a peek under that 24 there, coming out of one. Couldn't make that happen. Coming around this time to complete lap 162. Jeremy Larson, Noah Allison, and Daniel Durrett, 1, 2, 3.
162 up on the board, getting ever so close to the ending of this race. They head off down the back straightaway. Jeremy Larson trying to keep some distance between him and Noah Allison's number 24 car. Everyone else trying to stay out of the way a little bit. But looking on back, Marcus Elliott, Dylan Kalin has a rear view full of John Lister's number 45 now.
Down the backstretch to go into turn 3. Larson leading away, but there's Noah Allison right there behind him, keeping pace with him, and Daniel Durrett as well. They're trying to make a little bit of distance between them and the fourth place car of Marcus Elliott now.
But I can tell you, top three cars breaking away from Marcus Elliott now, as Marcus Elliott back there in the number 4 spot. Dylan Kalin, John Lister battling right there. That's the battle for 5th spot right now. And a big gaggle of cars back there in 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th on back, all battling for position. So 3 cars down the back straightaway they go, Hawk Harold Adams. This is going to get very interesting, coming to 166 up on the board.
And Larson had to make a move to the inside to get around the 57. Almost put himself into the wall that time. A close call for the 87.
Close call indeed, and that's just picking around the lap traffic and slower traffic, coming to 167 next time by on the board. Noah Allison all over the back bumper of Larson.
Noah Allison definitely put a lot of heat on that 87 of Larson now. But also, yeah, as I said, 05 Daniel Durrett staying right there within striking distance.
Right there in the catbird seat right now for Daniel Durrett. So Larson's number 87 machine trying to stay in front of that number 24 of Noah Allison. Yellow flag is out for debris. So the call of race control is debris in turns number 2. So that is the reason for the caution flag. I'm being told from race control. So debris in turn 2, that is the reason for the caution flag.
168 being shown on the board now. We're getting closer and closer. Looks like the top 3 cars right now looking strong, but with these little breaks like this, it gives the advantage to maybe one of these other cars like Marcus Elliott, Dylan Kalin. Maybe they sneak up there, but we'll see.
Should be a brief caution. Just a little bit of debris is what they said in turns number 2. So once we get that all figured out, we'll go back and double up and choose. And this is going to be interesting as well for this choose. Every time we get a caution, this choose rule going to come out. As the safety team picks up the debris over in turns number 2. Don't know if it's a piece of debris on metal or whatever it is over there. So top 3 cars, Jeremy Larson, Noah Allison, Daniel Durrett, Marcus Elliott, Dylan Kalin, your top 5. John Lister, we talked about it. He is now 6th place in that number 45. And everyone else trying to keep those positions. Choose this time by. Going to double up and choose this time by. So we'll see what happens here during this restart as the Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle goes to the inside. So here we go. Larson goes high, Noah goes high, and Daniel Durrett goes to the inside. Marcus Elliott going to stay high, so everyone except Daniel Durrett and John Lister now, and that's going to move John Lister up as well.
Yeah, interesting move right there. I thought Noah Allison would dip back down on the inside again, but this time he decided to stay on the high side behind the 87. Yeah, this puts Daniel Durrett right there in a position now. We'll see if he gets a good start.
One to go here at the line, coming by next time by. So like you said, now Daniel Durrett's on the inside front row. So this should be interesting here. 170 up on the board.
All right, one more time around, we'll turn green again. We'll see what kind of start we got here. Jeremy Larson's been looking strong, but we'll see what Daniel Durrett's got. You know, he's been strong here late in this race, and right now he needs to show what he's got. Does he have anything for that 87? But Noah Allison, he's been so close to winning races here. Could this be his night?
So 29 laps left to go. 2x2 down the back straightaway. It'll be 28 at the line. So here we go. Pace truck picks up speed. Now we're getting to where you have to be aggressive. So 2x2 entering turns 3 and 4. Larson's going to lead us back to the green flag with Daniel Durrett on the inside. Here we go.
Coming out of 4, picking up speed. Here we go. Green flag, back out. We're back underway. A little bit of contact there. The 05 and 87, they hang on.
Top 3, they all exit turns number 2 right now. Down the back straightaway they go. 172 up on the board.
And coming out of 4, Daniel Durrett settles back into 3rd with Noah Allison up there right on the bumper of Jeremy Larson. And there's Marcus Elliott in the 20, the top 4 right there.
Jeremy Larson, Noah Allison, Daniel Durrett, Marcus Elliott, your top 4 right now. Battle for 5th between the 45 of Lister and Dylan Kalin. Dylan Kalin has it right now, coming to 174 up on the board. Next time by, it's going to be a quick dash to that 25 laps to go.
You know, a good run tonight by 91 Jacob Robertson, but he is headed to the pit area, so tough break there for the 91.
So 4 cars, all single file from there on back. 25 laps to go. 25 more laps to go in the Spooky 200 presented by Derby City Recycling.
And once again, we always see those top 3 kind of pulling away a little bit from Marcus Elliott in the 20 as they come around out of 4, completing 176.
Great job by Katie St. Clair, like she did last year, staying out of the way. Has a nice, clean car and good positions as well. So down the back straightaway, coming to 177, still Jeremy Larson on that top of the speed chart. Noah Allison, Daniel Durrett, your top 3.
Top 3 car now into turns 1 and 2. They know the laps are getting slim at this point, so they're trying to figure out their strategy. Noah Allison now looking to the inside a little bit, backs off. A little bit on that bumper right there. He's going to put the pressure on that 87.
The pressure all applied right now from Noah Allison's number 24 to Larson's number 87. That is the battle on the track for the top prize spot. Going down the back straightaway once again. Daniel Durrett in that 3rd spot. Marcus Elliott and Dylan Kalin still in your top 5, but it's heating up front, Hawk.
Yeah, they're battling really hard, driving those cars as hard as they can. 24, Noah Allison right on that bumper.
This is exactly what happened at Winchester Speedway when Noah Allison was trying to battle for the win. He's been here before. So we'll see if that number 24 can do anything with that number 87 of Larson. Larson's been tough all night long, of course, as well as Daniel Durrett, Marcus Elliott. All the top 5 have been tough with 20 laps to go.
Noah Allison Keeps looking at the inside. Holds off down the backstretch. Single foul. They get around some of the lap traffic down on the inside of them.
Now 19 to go. Less than 20. Time to get nitty and gritty right here on the track. 200 laps really reeling in now. As now we're having some consecutive green flag runs come in with the field. Larson pulls just a little bit away from Noah Allison. Daniel Durrett right there. They're going to put on the boosters here momentarily because they only have 18 laps to go.
Top three looking strong. Now Larson got a little crossed up right there in turn 2. Lost a little momentum. Here comes Noah Allison, gives him a little bump into 3.
Noah Allison all over the back bumper of the number 87 Larson right now, exiting turns number 4 down the front stretch. 17 laps to go, and like we said, it's heating up front as Larson has a rear view full of Noah Allison's number 24.
And your leaders down the backstretch into turn 3, coming up on several lap cars now. We'll see if this plays into things.
Now Noah Allison on the high side comes down right behind once again the 87. Like you said, lap cars going to come up as those cars getting loose as well. So next time by, going to be 15 more laps.
All right, tough decision right here for your leaders. He's going to dive down to the inside, Larson. Noah Allison going to follow him right through.
This is may make you or break you. You got to get through slower traffic all over the back bumper. It's getting dicey right now with 15 laps to go.
And look out on over there on the backstretch. Got to go way down on the inside on the backstretch. We got trouble here in turn 1. Car upside down.
Upside down, absolutely. And that car is going to slide down and stop. So melee over in turns 1 and 2. And word is driver is okay. So let's give them a round of applause. So just trying to figure out now sort. Don't believe they got a replay of that one as they were following the leaders, I believe. Maybe the tail end of it.
Yeah, we're not really sure exactly on who that is down there. We're trying to figure out exactly.
And that was who I thought it was. That is the 18 of Brad Stifler, the Ohio driver. So that is the Ohio driver. So we didn't catch what happened there. We just saw that they were following the leaders. So just after that, kind of probably rode the wall, I believe, just right in the wall. We see it a lot of times. We saw it last year with Austin Baum's car in the Halloween 200. But upside down Crown Vic here at the High Banks just slid on down the track, and that's the price you pay here. But man, I mean, it just keeps coming and coming. Hawk Harold Adams, it's an attrition. That's what we say. But yeah, just tough break for the 18 machine of Brad Stifler. Glad that driver is okay. Maybe not saying the same thing for the car. But another red flag out with 15 laps to go.
Yeah, we had a pretty good battle going up front. Things were getting really hot and heavy as they was working their way through traffic. When Brad Stifler in the 18 went upside down, not sure exactly how that happened, but glad the driver's okay. Like I said, it had to be one wild ride inside there, hitting up against the high side wall, coming all the way back down to the inside wall. Once again, as I was saying earlier, usually I take a lot of pictures as a photographer. I'm sure some of my buddies down there are getting a lot of good pictures down there tonight. A lot of good things and wild things to take pictures of, and we're still not done. As it is, yes, Sunday morning, as you mentioned earlier, 12:20. So I believe it might be time for a little bit of breakfast. Anybody want to go out for donuts?
Well, I can tell you, I mean, it's, like you said, it's attrition. It's emotionally draining for these drivers. We've been talking for over 4 hours here, and we appreciate you fans for listening to us as trying to get through this one as well. But, tough break for Brad Stifler's number 18 machine. You hate to see that for any driver. Glad he is okay, so they're going to try to get that car back on all fours from the Wilcox Towing and Recovery Record Service. But, yeah, like you alluded to, the battle heating up front. We can talk about how this race has had many cautions, but it's the last little bit that matters. And, man, Jeremy Larison in the right place at the right time. But Noah Allison, Daniel Durrett, Marcus Elliott, strong run from the number 20 team. And the number 8 of Dylan Kalin, your top 5 with 185 up on the board. So it's contact with the number 41 of Tyler Payne, and those two got together, and that's what kind of sent the number 18 over. So what kind of gathered from this one. A lot of unexpected things happening tonight in this spooky 200 event. So a lot of the crew members going to hand water while we're under this red flag to those drivers. And like you said, I'm sure when they climb from these cars, we can talk about us being tired up here all night long, but what about these drivers who are still out here in this race event? I mean, you got to believe they are wore out big time. And, we're well over 4 hours. Yes, well over 4 hours into this event since it started. So this is longer than any NASCAR race usually. So these drivers definitely working for this tonight. Yeah, 4 hours, 44 minutes if you're counting. 15 minutes about to be 5-hour race here tonight, and they're getting the number 18, Brad Stifler's car, up on the hook. They're almost close to pulling that car on all fours. And I'm sure he can go back to Ohio and have a story to tell here tonight. We appreciate all of the out-of-state drivers who traveled here to be with us here tonight at Salem Speedway. So once again, under a red flag condition, once again here for the 18 of Brad Stifler, waiting to get that car on all fours.
All right, they finally got Brad Stifler's car back on all fours. So they'll get ready to hook that thing up and take it back to the pit area. We'll get these cars lined up for this last 15-lap shootout. And as we alluded to, a good battle was shaping up front. And they still got 15 laps to settle this thing. It's come down to this. The 87, the 24, the 05, the 20, and the 8. Your top 5 on the board. You know, we've seen the 87 and the 24 really battling hard. You just almost got to wonder if it's going to be similar to a finish of last season, where it would put Daniel Durrett in the spot that Jake Wells was in last year. Of course, that is a possibility with the way they are running right now.
Well, you know, with the top 2 running, I mean, hard as they are, hopefully nothing happens to those cars and we can get a good finish here. 15 laps, can we make it? We're going to find out. But that battle up front, Larson and Noah Allison, that was the big story. Daniel Durrett was right there in third. Marcus Elliott, don't count him out. I mean, he could be in a good spot right now for Marcus Elliott's number 20. Dylan Kalen, same thing. You know, you never know in this race what's going to happen. You got 15 laps. 15 laps around Salem Speedway and the Crown Vic is a long time. So we're going to see what can happen here at the conclusion of this one here this morning.
Ready for the choose cone this time. We'll see Noah Allison. Looked like he was going to go to the inside, but then he goes to the outside. There goes Daniel Durrett. He's going to go back down on the inside front row. Marcus Elliott, he's going to stay on the outside. That's going to move John Lister up on the inside of row number 2.
Well, here we go. 15-lap shootout coming up next. The Eddie Gilstrap Motorspace vehicle pulls up on speed, and he will make a hard left-hand turn to PNC Pit Road. Here we go, Hawk Harold Adams getting ready to see how this one is going to unfold. 15 laps set to be the distance. Here we go for the restart.
Green flag's out. Here we go. Daniel Durrett on the inside, but it's Jeremy Larson with a good start. Bolting back out into the lead. Noah Allison now. Let's see if he can get ahead of Daniel Durrett. Daniel Durrett's going to have to stay on the inside now. Noah Allison moving back up into second.
Yes, indeed. Here comes Noah Allison, always tough. He's going to be behind the number 87 of Larson right now, coming down to the stripe. 14 laps to go right now as those 2 cars bumper to tail over in turns 1 and 2. Now Daniel Durrett the inside. And big problems for Billy Hiles, number 22 X Machine. Yellow flag is coming out right now for the number 22 X Machine of Billy Heil.
And that's a real shame, Will. We talked about all race, what a great race Billy Hiles had in that 22.
Yeah, broken front end. You can see it right there. You can see the broken front end. I mean, he did a heck of a job all the way through this event, and just tough break for Billy Hiles' 22X Machine. Coming to an end here at lap 187.
Yeah, a definite surprise, a good strong showing for the 22. We didn't even expect to see him out here. Didn't expect to see him really be that strong, but he's been up there towards the front of the field all night long. But his night coming to a terrible end here, so close to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Billy Hiles raced on dirt much of the 2023 season here throughout the Brownstown Speedway and, of course, I-65 Speedway and all of that stuff as well. So he tried his hand at the big track tonight, and he was about 12 laps shy of finishing this one out tonight. So tough break for Billy Heil in that 22X Machine. So same thing we saw a while ago. It was Larson and Noah Allison. Top 2. Battling for third was Daniel Durrett and Marcus Elliott. Still top 5. Dylan Kalen doing a great job in that 5th spot in the number 8 car. So 12 laps to go.
All right, you see now the caution lap still counting. We're at 189, but the caution laps will not count at lap 190. We will freeze it at 190 for those final 10 laps. So as we come around this next time, it'll tick over to 190, and we'll leave it sit there. So the last 10 laps will be having to go green flag racing.
One to go and choose this time at the line. One to go and choose. So here we go again, Hawk. Here we go again. So just like all the fans, we are waiting ourselves to see how this one's going to unfold. Larson, Allison, Durrett, Marcus Elliott, Dylan Kalen. Here we go. Here we go to the choose lane.
The last time, Noah Allison stayed on the outside. Danny Durrett went to the inside. We'll see what we got here this time. Noah Allison going to stay on the outside, and Daniel Durrett's going to stay on the outside as well. So Marcus is going to go ahead and take the inside. That'll put him on the front row.
Marcus Elliott, why not? Try some strategy. 10 laps to go. It'll be a final 10-lap shootout here in the Spooky 200, presented by Derby City Recycling. So lights are out on the Ford Pace truck, sponsored by Eddie Gilstrap Motors. Down the back straightaway, he'll pick up speed. Now, how can Marcus Elliott make the inside front row work? We're going to find out. Lead us to the green flag. Hawk Harold Adams, here we go. 10-lap shootout for the Crown Vics, finally in the well hours of Sunday morning.
Yep, it's a 10-lap heat race at this point. I know you fans would like to have a little bit of heat, so we're going to see if we can turn up the heat this last 10 laps. They pick it up. Green flag is out. Here we go.
Marcus Elliott still committed to the inside. Here he comes. Now Noah Allison to the high side. Top 3 cars down the back straightaway.
All right, I believe we had a false start on that one. A false start, no start. I believe that is what we are hearing from race control. So yes, we are going to go back to a restart as they were before. So there was no start on that one right there. So we're letting 87 know he needs to remember to fire in that starting box down there in turn 4. So he has been warned. It's Larson on the outside, Marcus Elliott on the inside. So we'll make sure everybody's in their proper position here. We'll look. One more to go this time around. You look at this field there, see John Lister up there in the 45, in the second row, up there next to Noah Allison. Daniel Durrett back there in row 3. And there's 41, Tyler Payne. Remember, we seen him bounce off the concrete wall over on the backstretch way earlier in the race. A few hours ago, maybe it was. I don't remember, but he's up there in the top 5 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of these drivers, you know, if they can get these cars fixed and back out there, Brian Whalen, I mean, there you go. I mean, he's in the top 25 now in this event. So, you know, now we've narrowed it down to basically a full field. A full field is all we have at this point. So, 10 laps. Hopefully we can make some consecutive laps here and finish this one out tonight or this morning, whatever one you want to call it. But coming to the green flag, Hawk Harold Adams, the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle will pick up speed, and we'll come to the green flag restart.
All right, we'll see what kind of start we get this time. As they start to pick it up just a little bit, side by side, still looking good. And here we go, green flag out.
Good start that time by your leaders, and Noah Allison going to push through as well. That high side is where you want to be. Now Larison's going to pull down to the inside, but this is going to open up the door for Noah Allison now on the high side, down the back straightaway. Don't know what that was about, but here comes Daniel Durrett as well. Noah Allison now takes over the number 1 spot.
As they come around, complete 191, it is Noah Allison, and there's Daniel Durrett right behind him now. Larison caught up on that inside groove, and it's not working good for him right now. Now he tucks in front of Marcus Elliott. So up front, Noah Allison leading the way, trying to hold off Daniel Durrett now.
Marcus Elliott gets a little bit into the wall right now, exiting turns number 4. Close call there. Here comes Daniel Durrett to the inside of Noah Allison for the battle for the lead with 8 laps to go.
Daniel Durrett, there he is on the inside, coming up on the 194. Look out in turn 3 and 4.
How about this? Daniel Durrett on the inside of the number 24 of Noah Allison. Noah Allison still has it with 7 laps to go here in this one.
Daniel Durrett looked like he had something there on the inside, but Noah Allison showing a little muscle there on the outside, went back ahead. So now 05, Daniel Durrett has to rethink his strategy here.
Daniel Durrett all over the back bumper of the number 24 machine of Noah Allison as they head down the front straightaway. They come down to 1 and 2. Now side by side, the rest of the pack. Here we go down the back straightaway once more. Everyone staying out of the way as far as slower traffic goes. Coming to 5 more laps to go. Harold, just 5 more laps to go.
Yeah, 5 more laps, all we got. Can we make it here? Daniel Durrett all over that bumper of the 24. What's he going to do? Time's running out.
Times now of the essence, 195 laps up on the board right now. Noah Allison trying to hold on to that number 1 spot. Here comes Daniel Durrett. Daniel Durrett all over the back bumper of the number 24. Like we said, 4 laps to go right now. 4 more laps to go around Salem Speedway as we finally can coldly close this one out tonight. This one's going to end just like we thought it would. Very close racing through the field. Now to the very end. Coming to 3 laps to go.
Coming across the stripe, Daniel Durrett is still right there trying to figure out a way around Noah Allison now. Around turns 1 and 2.
Down the back straightaway they go again, coming to 2 laps to go next time by. This is going to get very interesting. Jeremy Larison in that 3rd spot. Here we go. Daniel Durrett picks to the inside. Coming down to the drag race. Everybody cheering. It's going to end in mad fashion here tonight, one way or another. Next time by will be the white flag.
Down the back stretch they go. Daniel Durrett is right there on the bumper. Gives him a little bump into 3.
Coming to the white flag. Next time by, they enter turns 3 and 4. Here comes Daniel Durrett to the inside. White flag one more time around.
Look out, they got a lot of lap traffic there in turns 1 and 2. Daniel Durrett can't quite hold on that inside. Down the backstretch they go for the final time. Daniel Durrett sizing up Noah Allison. What's he going to do? Into turn 3, into turn 4. Checkered flag, Daniel Durrett down on the inside, and your winner will be Noah Allison into 24. Daniel Durrett 2nd, Jeremy Larison 3rd, Marcus Elliott 4th, and Dylan Kalin shown on the board 5th. So what another exciting finish here for the Spooky 200. We appreciate everybody hanging out here for the number of hours that we have been here. Will Greenwell is going to get down there on the track for some interviews here. Want to hang around and see what these guys got to say. I'm sure they're going to be plenty wore out. And there's Noah Allison, a little celebrating. Finally getting that win. Daniel Durrett says, yeah, I'm happy too. A good 2nd place. And Noah Allison not holding back at all. His his happiness, finally getting that victory here at Salem. He's come close several times. And finally, after all this time, we have a winner. Noah Allison in the 24. So, Will Greenwell, I'm going to let you take it over here in just a second. And as you see the pit crew coming down there to celebrate on the track.
Absolutely. Hawk Harold Adams down here with his crew. Wore out over a 5-hour span. Yes, that's hard to believe, a 5-hour span, and he's out of the car, race fans. Noah Allison parks it in victory lane here tonight at Salem Speedway. He's been vouching for this win for a long. We'll let him get a swig of water, and we'll get a word with him, I'm sure. He's a lot tired, as we are as well, calling over a 5-hour race here tonight. Noah Allison, congratulations, buddy, as he gets congratulations. We'll get a word here with him real quick. Noah, congratulations. You talked about it with me before. You wanted this win at Salem Speedway. Over 5 hours in that car. I know you wore out, but, man, it's going to make it worth it here, picking up the Spooky 200 win here tonight.
Oh, man, I'm wore out. 5 hours. It was a rough race, but I don't even know what to say. It's fun. Derek ran me clean. He always runs me clean. I appreciate him for that. And I'm not sure the A7 was. He's pretty quick and made it hard, but able to come out with it.
Well, buddy, I know you're tired, but I'll give you a chance to thank who you want to on that number 24. Always tough. Now, it's pretty cool this year. You picked up a win at Winchester Speedway on that high bank. Then you come down here to Salem on the 33-degree banking and pick up a win. I know you got a lot of people you'd like to thank on that number 24.
Oh, yeah. Karen Burke team, FC Tucker, Dale Phillips, JHGD Wraps, Barlow's, West Welding, Adams Motorsports, Spotakash Communications, Gambler's Garage, Red Bones, Bobby Joe, Colin, Jordan, Dawson for spotting me. There's so many more people. Sean, Austin. There's so many more people. I just can't think. Mom.
Well, congratulations, buddy. You get to take one of those beautiful Crosley jukeboxes home with you. You are the Spooky 200 champion. Noah Allison parks it in victory lane here tonight. We'll get Daniel Durrett over here with me, please. Daniel Durrett, and we'll get your third place runner up, too. So, Daniel Durrett, I'll have you come up here with me. There he comes right now. Well, Daniel, good to see you in the podium. You played it smart over 5 hours. We were talking about this race. Caution after caution, upside down, tore up cars, man. That 05 came on strong. You had a great, clean battle with Noah Allison here. You know him very well. You've raced with him before, even at Winchester, man. Congratulations on a second-place run here tonight.
Yeah, he's a rocket, man. I knew only way to get him, he's so fast, was to move him, and I'm not about that. So, money, trophies, it's what kind of man you are in the end. So,
well, there it is. I know you got a lot of people you'd like to thank on that 05 for a second-place run tonight.
My team, all the gamblers, of course. El Tarasco, I'm sure he might be here somewhere. He might have went home. We've been here a while. So, yeah, we got Chuck Freeman. He got me started on all this. And, man, I'm having a brain fart. Diesel Boys, Haunted Hotel. Who am I missing?
I tell you what, buddy, congratulations on a second-place run here tonight, and congratulations for your career and your accomplishments in the Four Crown Vic division. Daniel Durrett, thank you very much.
Championship.
Well, there you go, and there you go. I mean, so we got the third-place finisher here. If you can hear me, come down to the start-finish line, please. And race fans, don't forget, tomorrow is the 35th running of the Halloween 200. I should say today, if you will, but so they're trying to get the jukebox in place down here. Of course, they get that Crosley jukebox here at Salem Speedway. But race fans, I guess for all of us here at Salem Speedway, on behalf of Megan and Nick Bohannon, we appreciate you guys for sticking it out with us tonight. Over 5 hours in this Spooky 200 here tonight. And we'll see you tomorrow for the Halloween 200, the 35th running of that event. So, Jeremy Larson, we finally got you down here. I didn't want to shut you out. I couldn't see because of the crowd of people here, man. But, man, you were a rail today. I talked to Harold Adams a little bit earlier on today, and we were kind of watching your car, and you were strong all afternoon. You led a lot of laps. That lap money's going to come into play, too, so that's good. Man, third place run here at Salem Speedway. You had a nice, clean race, man. That had to be fun but tiring.
Oh, absolutely. That's the most fun I've had in a long time. And I've not raced anything in 20 years. The last time I raced something, my dad was still alive. He died right after that happened. This one's for him. This is the only track he told me I was never allowed to race at, and I did it. And I cannot thank the Barnes family for everything they've done for me. They told me I was driving this car, and all it had in it was a roll bars on Tuesday. We completely built that car this week, and I did everything I could. They got a lot more experience than me, and they got me. But, damn, I had a blast today. Let's go drink some beer.
Well, there he is, Jeremy Larson, your third-place finisher tonight. Great run by that young man. And, man, what a night. On behalf of Hawk Harold Adams, I'm Will Greenwell. Thank you, and we will see you in a couple of hours here at Salem Speedway.